Good morning. I'm your host, Cousin Fitting, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, May 29th. We got about 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go.
Some payments, you really feel them coming. You know, the rent, the mortgage, the never-ending car loan payments. When they hit hard. That's why I stopped letting them. Now I split them. Rent, car, mortgage, doesn't matter. Half now, half with my next paycheck. They get paid in full, on time, every time. Split your biggest bills with SplitPay.
Guys, this is real. I just won $900 on Kang Luck. I had no experience. I'm still learning, but win up to $800 in this game. That's insane. You can cash out to your bank account. Just try it.
You have a chance to hit the jackpot in 10 minutes. No ads, no scams, no withdrawal limits. You can smoothly access your rewards anytime. Try it now.
All right. Okay, let's see what's doing here today. SQQQ, Netflix. All right, so we'll come back to that in a minute. All right, some things that I did yesterday.
So I was just killing time on the subway and I accidentally made $18. I've had this app called Copper for like 2 months now. It's a rewards app. You download mobile games through it, play them, and it pays you actual cash. I mostly play merge games and strategy games while I'm on the train, and it just adds up. Last month I cashed out $52 to my Venmo. And if you download it now, they're literally giving you $10 just for installing your first game. You're already on your phone anyway, might as well get paid for it.
With Moomoo, turn data into smart trading decisions. Trade stocks, ETFs, options, and crypto, all from one smart platform. Sign up now to unlock exclusive rewards. Moomoo, North America's #1 broker for stocks. What do you know? Prepare yourself. There may be some better English. I'm joking! I got something to show you.
Oh, they funny.
All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. Gamma update. I don't think he's updated this yet. Let me see here. I've been checking every few minutes or so. Founder's notes. Okay. Okay, here's Friday. All right, so he's talking the same thing. All right, same levels, okay, that I just pointed out. 75.60, 76.50. All right, basically about a 100-point range. 2 levels of support right below. You can see where price is right now going into the opening bell. Okay. He keeps developing this site. It's just so awesome what Brent keeps doing here, and his code, people that code his site. Okay, Core 1M. Major signal of risk. Okay, so a lot of people are starting to talk about puts being hedges being placed as prices keep moving higher. I don't know. This is 9 weeks. 9 weeks up. Okay, and we are open. Let me see what is working this morning. Okay. I'm going to take some profits off the table. Let's see. SoFi gapping up big time. SoFi. That's going to do well. Team at Lazian. We talked about that yesterday. Team. SoFi gapping up. Where is it? Is it not updating? There it goes. Okay, SoFi on the move now. Okay, Tesla. What's Tesla doing? All right, there goes Apple. Okay, Microsoft's on the move. Yikes. Palantir is up. All right, Palantir keeps going here. Palantir. All right, Palantir is breaking out of this base. All right, another example of a break above the 50-day. Excuse me. Drinking these Celsius. These Celsius drinks or something else. All right, there goes Palantir. Okay, there goes Apple. Okay, Snowflake continuation. What's let me see. I got to take Oracle off. I got Oracle. Profits on Oracle. I need to cash that out, and I'm going to buy some closer to the money options. Where's my Oracle? Oracle. Okay, Oracle. Okay, Oracle, taking some profits off. I have the 200, 210. 200, 210s. I'm past my max profit. All right, so I got to take these off. Oracle. All right, out of that. Looking good. All right, so ORCX. ORCX. This is another way to play it is play ORCX. It's $50 now. ORCX is the 2 times long Oracle ETF. Okay. Another way to play it. I have options and I have shares of ORCX. Ooh, what was that? Static? I don't know. All right, so this is Oracle ORCX. All right, let's see what's going on here. Apple on the move. Okay, nice little pop on Apple. Okay, I did take some Apple off yesterday. I still got some left. I should take a little bit off here, right? Let's see. PP App 11. All right, that's going up a bit. All right, Adobe looking good. Okay, Microsoft. Blasting higher, Microsoft. Palantir looking good. Palantir. PLTR. Palantir. Okay, looking good. These talking heads, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything disparaging, but it's just funny listening to what they have to say over the last couple of weeks. Be nice, Finny. Be nice. It's hilarious. They're like so shocked about Dell. And even more shocked that the president has shares. I don't know how he has shares, whatever. His investment accounts, his investment advisors. All right, so Microsoft looking really good. Palantir on the move. Palantir looking good. Taking some profits off on Palantir. I've had position in this these June 150s. Okay, I bought them at down in this range down over here. I've been sitting in these for a while now. Palantir, probably a couple of 4 or 5 weeks or so. Palantir finally popped up, so I got a nice profit. If it runs into some resistance here, right along in this zone, Palantir. I could wait this out and try to get a little bit more out of it. Looks like it wants to keep going. Volume looks good. But I took profits nonetheless. I'm looking for some resistance. Maybe it pulls back a little bit. I'll reload and look for another position in Palantir. For now, I'm just cutting some of my positions. 9 weeks up. Are we going to make a 10th week? That's crazy. If we make a 10th week higher and people keep chasing us, I think we're going to have a lot of people butt hurt when they pull the rug. We need to consolidate, and that's not unusual. All right, so everything's looking pretty good here. Software, that should be doing well. Software with considering Microsoft's move, Oracle's move. Okay, IGV continues to move. IGV. All right, so Oracle and Microsoft are big components. Yeah, last day in May also. All these things that they're starting to line up. Plus, let's see what Core 1M looks like. Core 1M. Okay, it did dip below 8. Doesn't mean it's going to drop immediately. It means in the short term, there could be issues. Okay, Core 1M is rising. All right, let's see what VIX looks like. VIX is at lows that we saw yesterday, new lows, breaking down below into the 15 handle. Okay. Okay, Wells Fargo, SoFi. Okay, Oracle, Applied Materials, AMD. Okay, call side. All right, so that looks okay. All right, so Apple's gone. Jesus. I sold too much of Apple yesterday. That's all right. Hopefully everybody else is still long.
So this is extending now beyond the memory, and memory has been, of course, the lead driver. The question is now if this also goes into all these other plays, and if investors are getting into all these other areas as well.
Prior to these observations, or clearly AI mania spraying like one big giant block, how does an investor at home spot opportunities like this? Because if you go back, and I did this morning, you go back and you read Dell's earnings call from 3 months ago. Sure, you can pick up a business that is strong, doing quite well, probably had a good quarter, but I don't think.
Okay, CRML. Okay, VIX. Let's see what junk looks like. Junk is bullish. Junk is bullish. Okay, what's Micron do? Micron was higher. Now it's back down a little bit. SoFi is still going here. SoFi, you know the deal with SoFi. Okay, wow. Beautiful.
Past 2 or 3 years, this has been a primary way to play the AI boom. However, we're learning here today, Dell, you name it, even a company like Cisco, that the AI infrastructure build out is spreading very rapidly, and NVIDIA, I think we're being reminded, is not going to be the sole winner here.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, so ChatGPT rolled out in November of 22,
And since then, NVIDIA is up, 1,000%. Unfortunately, when you get to that law of large numbers, you find one of the best companies in the potential basket of AI investment being owned by everybody. Finding that next potential owner of NVIDIA, especially in a world where we're about to see massive IPOs get rolled out, and portfolio managers are going to say, what is it that I'm going to move out of my portfolio to buy SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, etc. So I think that's where some of the pressure comes in NVIDIA. It's unfortunately, trades at 23 multiple, 80% and its gross margins of 72%, and yet it's got the lowest multiple of the Mag 7. So I think that is, its success is also.
All right. SoFi looking good. SoFi, big move up on SoFi.
All right, tough start to the session for Gap shares after delivering the unwelcome surprise at Old Navy in the first quarter. Gap CEO Richard Dixon joined today.
OLOX.
ASTC may resume in less than a minute. QH may rest in 10 seconds.
MASK. IOTR.
Half protection is not enough. Using old school online protection is also not enough. Get NordVPN with a built-in next-gen antivirus. Avoid online scams, malware, and phishing. Get NordVPN with a next-gen antivirus today.
Reaching your financial goals can feel impossible. But we can help you seize them. Credit Karma gives you personalized guidance to improve your credit, savings, taxes, and more. So you can find
Okay, so SoFi is starting to fade a bit from the high.
Karma you can count on. Hang on, don't put that hole in your wall. You want to mount your TV? Check this out. Mounting a TV the old way, total headache. That's why we invented InSmart TV. With our patented no-stud design, anyone can mount any TV up to 100 inches and 150 pounds. You can even do it yourself. InSmart has gone absolutely viral across social media with millions of views and thousands of five-star reviews. Customers everywhere are calling it a total game changer. Get yours today.
Okay, Apple, Microsoft. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, let's check up-down volume. Survey says up-down volume for the indices. It's about 1-to-1, which makes sense. 1-to-1, telling us to be careful. A doji day, don't chase. We know what support and resistance is. I'll check that in 1 second. All right, we're up again this morning. We're up over 20% from the low from late March. Okay, so we're up over 20%. And not showing any signs of slowing down. That's crazy. That is crazy. My suggestion is reduce your exposure, stay in the markets, but reduce your exposure, maybe shift a little bit more towards options trades, buy on dips, don't chase. Last thing you want to do right now after being up 9 weeks and the market's up over 20% is to be chasing, okay? So if you're buying something that's up because you're excited, it looks good, it's hot at the highs like Microsoft, I would resist that urge, okay? Looking pretty good though. We got, all right, so we're almost 3-to-1 on the Qs. So let's see what the Qs are doing. The Qs, all right, I'm looking at the S&P here. All right, up over more than 20%. The Qs, same dealio. I think the Qs are up even more. Let's see. Yeah, Qs are up quite a bit, right? Ooh, I got something wrong with my cord or something. Yeah, the Qs are up quite a bit. Everybody's chasing tech. Mm. 33% on the Qs, showing muscle. All right, so we're looking, watch for divergence, okay? We keep moving higher. We do have a lower high technically, but the day has only started, so we don't know if it's going to be a blow off top. What? Getting increasingly uneasy with some of the questions I'm getting from members that are chasing stocks up here. Okay, Oracle. Okay, I need to re-enter Oracle. Okay, it hasn't dipped yet. What I did was I had March 200 210s. When you get to 210, that's your maximum profit for a spread. Okay, so I participated in the rally over the last several weeks. You know, same leverage as well. Just didn't make as much money as some of you that are straight calls or straight shares within reason. I do have ORCX shares though. All right, I plan on adding to that because this is clearly breaking out of a nice range. Oracle. Okay, so that looks good. So I should add shares here, actually. Not literally right now, but sometime today, if we get a little dip, an ABCD pattern, I'm going to add to Oracle. Where is my, I'm missing a chart. Okay, Adobe's up. CRM is up big. SoFi fading from the high. SoFi. There we are. Okay. I just have to chuckle over the last 9 weeks, just listening to the talking heads. You know, I have to include myself really, because I've been skeptical ever since we started to rally past week number 5, week number 6, week number 7. If you check the weekend videos, those are the titles. 7-week rally, 8-week rally. When are we going to stop, right? Okay. Okay, Canadian GDP, quarter over quarter annualized. That's a big disparity here. Canada GDP is really starting to hurt. The forecast was for 1.5%. They came in at minus 0.1%. So 1.6% off of their estimate. That's huge for GDP. So Canada and the US need to kiss and make up. You know, it's always the politicians, but I was talking to my son about tariffs, you know, and he was like adamant about tariffs are not fair, blah, 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 blah. I said, yeah, but dude, you know, when you're talking about European countries or other countries charging us like a 30% tariff or whatever it is on a Ford automobile that goes to Europe, but yet, you know, companies like BMW could send their cars here or manufacture them here now to get around it. I don't know. He seems to think it should be zero tariffs across the board. So that's a little naive, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Anyway, Canada's got tariffs and keep going back and forth with the U.S. Hopefully, we can square that away because I'm sure the Canadian economy could use it. So could the U.S. It is what it is. I don't want to be a politician, so I'll stop talking like politics right now. Watching the markets, futures. So let's see. We had a nice little it's almost 10 o'clock, so start focusing on what's important now. Let's keep an eye on hedge flows. Okay, hedge flows. All right, so here's an update from Brent. Let me just put this in the Gamma channel. I'll just let you read it right here. Okay, so he outlines the same support levels and resistance levels I pointed out even before he posted this. 75.60, 75.40 support. Okay, 7600 resistance. We also see these levels over here. 7630. Okay, these are 0 days. We're running right up to that real quick. Let's see if that's a 99 percentile is 7630. Early. 7630. Okay, so that's new, right? Probably head up to 7630. I have some SPY calls. And let me just go back to the open. Okay, let me go back to the open. Okay. Were these 99 percentiles? Right at the open. They put these on right at the open. Okay, these they weren't there. And let's see when these came in. Okay, right there. They started to trade that right there is 99%, 7630. That came in at 944. Okay, so 99.30. 76.30, sorry, 76.30. Amazon pushing higher, Nvidia pushing higher, Microsoft holding on to morning gains, Apple starting to fade a little profit taking. Not a bad idea to take some profits off the table. Stay engaged with the markets, but remember, we're up 9 weeks. We got end of the month, rebalancing of funds and portfolios. Micron is running. Micron. Voodoo. Micron on the move. Okay, let's go, Micron. Gotta believe. Micron. Jeez. Okay, so you can see hedge flows are moving straight up, basically. $76.30. $76.30.
two words for you. Loyalty program. Snag the switch up for $2.59. You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $1.55. Yo, Betty, Scott didn't check Trivago. No, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple
Micron on the move.
same hotel, $100 less. Two words. Check Trivago. Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel. Trivago. When shopping for personal moments, take them to the
Looks good. All right. Oh, look at that. Oh, I'm getting silly now. Okay. Sorry. Whenever I get like this, it's time to start taking some profits. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. Okay. I feel bad for the people that are chasing this. I mean, we've been up for 9 weeks. It's not going to end pretty. Now, I could be completely wrong. That's fine. You can see hedge flows keep going up. So as long as that keeps going up, okay, and we haven't gotten near this level overhead, 76.20, 76.30, I'm not gonna jump bail. I'm not gonna bail yet. As far as short-term options trades, S&P 500, if you're taking that this morning on this strength, or the Qs or IWM, but individual names that I've had for a while, like Microsoft, finally starting to see some nice profits. So I'll start moving and adjusting my positions. Microsoft, I have 520, 530s, I believe. I probably 420. What is it? 420, 430s, 440s. Okay, I got to take some of these off here. Microsoft, that's a big. Okay, let me see Microsoft. 420, 430s. All right, I'm already past the 430 mark. All right, so I got to do something with these Decembers. Create a rolling trade. Now, you know what? Let me just take profit here. Okay. Microsoft. All right, so I took some 420, 430s off. I'm past my max profit. I'm in the 440, 450s now. Marvell. All right, Microsoft, close these Microsofts. Okay, Microsoft looking good. There goes NVIDIA, looking good. Okay, let me look at this again. Microsoft's the top of the list. Bull call candidates. Google, bouncing right now. I think that's why that jumped on the list. Google, Tesla. Okay. Google. Micron. Yeah, Micron doing really well here. Micron.
for its servers because of demand for AI. So let's talk more about this and more about where we could be shocked elsewhere. I don't know. Joining us for more is Bob O'Donnell, Technalysis.
Shocking. Micron.
It's so interesting, Bob. It's like, here's Dell. Soars because it comes out and beats by even larger margins. Obviously, that's been the case with the memory and storage space as well. We keep being surprised. So let's take Dell, I guess, as the case study, if you will, here. Why? How did it surprise so much? How did we not get that the demand? We knew the demand was big. Why did we not understand that it was quite big? And where is that surprise coming from exactly?
Well, I think the surprise is coming from the fact that people did not recognize that individual companies were going to start buying their own AI infrastructure. For the longest time,
Looks good. Micron. Okay, IGV, that was really doing really well. IGV, I need to add to that. You know what? I need to roll these actually. IGV, I have June calls. All right, June 18th. So I gotta roll these. Create a rolling order. 10 of these. I'll take some profits. I'll take 10 off and roll 10. Let me go out to July. What do I want to do? 105.
We're not sure about the power. We're not sure about how many data centers are going to be built for the grid. If I'm an organization that needs to do AI work, if I own my own stuff, my own token factory, as Jensen likes to call it, then that gives me
IGV.
on competition. And so you see it there, HPE.
All right, IGV still going here. SoFi back up after a little profit taking. IGV is at the 200-day. Okay, I'll hold on to these for a little bit longer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sell my IGV, and then I'm going to rebuy July or August. Okay. So I plan to take profits on IGV. I'm watching this 200-day moving average. I'll re-enter. Software has made a big turn. Okay, IGV. All right, let me get a Fibonacci on here.
Sometimes it's physically the same place, but increasingly we've seen a lot of companies use what are called colos, co-location centers, where companies like Equinix and some of these other companies, they basically host the servers, they manage them, they're basically owned and leased, depending on the arrangement, by an organization like a Coca-Cola or whatever. So that's
okay, and let me put a Fibonacci on here. Fibonacci. All right, so we want this the other way, right? I want this here. Okay, I'm looking at IGV. Okay. We've had quite a move already.
Some of their largest Gemini models you're now going to be able to run on-prem. So there will be certain types of workloads you can do completely within your own on-premises environment. Most of the biggest frontier models and capabilities, you'll still go to the web, but the idea is of what I call a hybrid architecture. I think you and I talked about this when I was on last time. And that is this idea that you do some of the AI workloads in the cloud, you do some on-prem, and you start to do some on-premise. The point about this server, by the way, was not only was it the servers, the PCs crushed it, and everybody was shocked by that. Of course, they followed up. HP had
IGV weekly.
also announced a really strong quarter on PCs, as did Lenovo. What's happening in the PC market is
okay, so we're already past 50%. 618 pretty close. So what I'm thinking is we're at the 200-day. We've made quite the retracement. Now we need to see some consolidation. But a lot of these names like Adobe are running right now. Oracle is up above the 200-day moving average. You got Microsoft running. So got to let these run a little bit longer. But I will take some IGV off soon. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll rebuy once we see some consolidation up here. I could miss out on some gains. That's okay with me because I'm up quite a bit on these. All right, these look good. Okay, so ServiceNow. I wanted to do something with ServiceNow. NOW ServiceNow. Gapping up, stretching its legs. That looks good. Should I take some off of ServiceNow? I'm not sure who mentioned this one. Once it broke above the 50-day moving average, ServiceNow became a good candidate. So many of these have done this. Okay, so here's ServiceNow. Here's AppLovin. Moves above the 200-day and 50-day, obviously. Meta recently moved above the 50-day, still consolidating. It'll go at some point. What do we say? SoFi above the 50-day, starting to move. Nike moving above the 50-day. Inside day, it's going to keep going. So it's not the day for Nike right now, but that's okay. Adobe. Okay, Adobe trying to clear the 50-day. Once it clears this 50-day, it should get going. CRM trying to clear the 50-day. All these stocks have already pulled back. So what do you think is going to rotate in? You've got stocks like Micron just go zippity to the highs, right? These are probably going to consolidate. I mean, think about it logically. These will probably consolidate. Institutions, when they start to rebalance their portfolios in the end of May into the summertime, what are they going to do? They're probably going to take a little profits up here, and they'll put it into stocks like CRM or Palantir that have hit the low. That have hit the low and are starting to turn. Okay. Palantir above the 50-day, getting going now. Intel, a little dip. Intel will be fine. Intel should be fine. Tesla pulling back. All right. So Tesla. Little consolidation. Let's see. NVIDIA. We're looking for NVIDIA to do something. Okay. It's been above the 50-day since the second week of April, making a higher low. All right. So a lot of people were disparaging NVIDIA after earnings. Oh, NVIDIA's whatever. Now they're having to reassess their positions because we had this hammer form on Wednesday. Many of you bought on Wednesday. We highlighted some big trades on Wednesday that were coming off. Same time, Microsoft earlier in the morning was seeing some big trades going off. Joe K mentioned, and David was kind enough to mention it to us as well. On Wednesday, we had some really big trades on Microsoft, and that parlayed into yesterday, which was a really big day. Now we're breaking out. So this is the level we've been looking for on Microsoft, if you recall. We moved above the 50-day. We consolidated for 6 weeks, 5 weeks, and now we're breaking out. So, yeah, we want to take a little profits off, but we want to reassess this and look for some more opportunities to re-enter because this is probably just going to keep going. Microsoft has been down for all this time, and everybody's been, so negative on Mr. Softy. This has got a ways to go here. So I'd be scaling out of Micron in the short term. Keep some on, but Micron keeps going. There goes CRM. CRM's on the move. Look at CRM. We just looked at this on the daily too. This is going to be a good one, most likely. CRM. SoFi. Very happy. So happy that we doubled up on this one. SoFi. This was one that Grover brought to our attention. Thank you, Grover. Yeah, that's up quite a bit, actually. I have June 2028 leaps on this one, so there's really nothing to do with this. I think BlackRock has some higher levels in mind. I have the 20 strike call. Many of you are in this position as well. Grover and I talked about this over a week ago. he noticed that BlackRock had a very large position along with Susquehanna. I believe they have 69 million shares. It's something like that. Something ridiculous like that. Nike dropping off a little bit. Nike. A little shakeout in Nike. Okay. ServiceNow looks good. Team at Lazy. ServiceNow. What do I want to do with ServiceNow? Okay, let me just do a little query here. Refresh this. What? Okay, so the top 10 components of the iShares Expanded Tech Software ETF, IGV. All right, so Oracle, Microsoft, Palo Alto Networks, Palantir, CrowdStrike CRM, AppLovin, Cadence Design, Adobe, and Synopsys. That's the top 10. Okay, number 1 is Oracle. Number 2, Microsoft. So IGV, watch Oracle starting to consolidate, so is Microsoft. So I'm going to take a little bit off here and reposition. Let's see. Or should I just hold on to this? IGB. Very close. I'll just hold on to this for now. Okay, IGV. I'm itching to sell this. Okay, Microsoft's starting to fade a bit. All right, Microsoft's starting to fade a bit here. Okay, I will probably start another position in Microsoft. This dips a little bit. Okay. Probably add to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm probably going to sell these June option spreads that I have on Microsoft, and I'll move out to July. Getting a little short on time. Only 20 days left on these June options that we have. If you recall, the reason why I got into June in the first place was after the pullback that we saw February, March. We finally got a bounce. As we continue to move lower, I was still bullish. Oh, hold on one second. That was my wife. She calls me, "Are you super busy?" I said, "What do you think? It's in the middle of the day and we're broadcasting." Am I busy? She sees the money that the family makes in this trading business, and she just assumes that, you know, I don't know what she assumes, to be honest, my wife. But you know, you take your eye off the ball when you have a big rally like this. And, you know, you could depending on how much you have invested, if you're not paying attention, I mean, you might lose the opportunity to make quite a bit. Whatever. I'm just annoyed. She doesn't get it. Don't call me in the middle of the trading day. I'll talk to you. So IGV. So it throws off my concentration, I guess, what I'm trying to get at. Okay, there's ServiceNow. Let's look at Palo Alto. Zscaler. Okay, Zscaler. Trying to get something going here on Zscaler. Okay, so with Zscaler, I did roll out to July prior to the earnings, and I bought puts. I bought twice as many puts as I had calls, so this cushioned my downside. Now we're starting to move back up, starting to get back to even on this one. So as we start to rise back towards the 50-day, we're looking for it to break above. It's a double bottom now. So as this consolidates, we'll be looking to add to Zscaler. Okay, CRM. I really like the CRM. Salesforce. Okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks pretty promising, right? Okay, let me look at some NVIDIA options here. NVIDIA.
Luckily, no one was injured. There's no really injuries, no one on board the rocket, no one near this thing. That's fine. But like you mentioned, those space stocks have been on a rocket ship. Been supercharged recently with a lot of the industry, both of the industry, and now we're seeing space stocks get hit because of the fact that there's just so much attention there. The Rocket Labs are all the space goals are going down here, but you know this also comes with a real
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. All right, watch. Oh, shit. Let me add NVIDIA. Okay, I don't want to sell this now, do I? Let's see. No, I don't want to sell this here. Cancel order. Okay, almost got taken out of my calls here. Good thing I'm paying attention. See what I mean, Elena? NVIDIA. Yeah, that looks good. Actually, these I do want to take off. Okay, let me roll these out maybe. No, let me take a profit, and I have to take a profit on NVIDIA because we are at max profit. Okay, I sold that. Now let me get back into some more NVIDIA a little bit further out in time. We're at the high of the day, so I should wait to see what this is going to do. Okay, whenever you get RSI oversold like this, okay, that's your entry. Put a stop underneath. You don't want to be buying up here, although RSI looks like it wants to keep going. Let me shift to the 3-minute chart. Okay. The 60-minute. Okay, we're just crossing the 60 minutes. So normally I wouldn't be buying up here. It is a Friday. So I gotta resist the urge to buy. This is probably going to keep going, maybe get extended because a lot of people are very bearish. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Against my better judgment, I'm going to buy some July calls here. I'll do spreads that way. I'll literally spread out the risk and I'll scale in by vertical. The only reason I'm looking at this 60 minutes saying, wow, this looks really good. 225. Okay. So I'm buying a 45 delta. 45 deltas are 225 for July. All right. I took profits in my June expiration, which is only 20 days away. I took profits. I took some of the profits and I bought some 225, 230 call verticals, spreads. The reason I'm doing this is because of the 60-minute. We just moved off the 60-minute. We're about $2. You see what the difference is here? The 60-minute 20 EMA is $2 below. Okay, so I'll put a stop under 214. If we take out 214, then this idea wasn't the greatest. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. NVIDIA's not even on the list. Okay. Okay, let's look at semiconductors, SMH. These are backing off. Semiconductors, they got a doji on the daily. It looks like a gravestone for now. Gravestone doji. Got to take some profits off, Annie. Got to take profits off. Reduce your risk. Okay, Uber. All right, Uber was one. What was that? David, you mentioned Uber yesterday, right? Uber. Okay, that's coming off the low. Uber. Something was mentioned about Uber yesterday. A double bottom, triple bottom. Triple bottom on Uber. Looking active. Has a first area to enter with a stop underneath, say, 68 or so, or 70. Daily on the right over here. You could put a stop underneath Wednesday's low, I guess. Uber. Okay, Apple turning back up. What's Apple going to do? Apple. Okay, did we get oversold just now on Apple? Let me just take a look here. Apple. I might want to do a day trade on Apple. Apple. Okay, we just got over. Okay, I'm going to buy some Apple here. Apple, you see it? You see it? Apple. We didn't get all the way back down to. This is going to be a scalp. Okay, let me go out. Give myself some time, though. Let me go. I'm going to go to July. I could buy something closer. I'm going to buy some 45 deltas. That's a 320 strike. Okay, let's see what Apple does here. Okay, if I can get a fill. Okay, I'm not going to chase this. I should probably wait until this afternoon session. Adobe's still going here? Adobe? Okay, Apple. Okay, I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to buy the 320, 325 spread for July. There's 33,000 in open interest. 4,000 contracts have traded already this morning. 4,100. Okay, it's not going to let me in. Damn it. Okay. All right, I'm going to miss that opportunity. Apple's turned up. Okay. Maybe they're going to do today's. All right, so today's options 315 strike is a 31 delta. Okay. Apple 702. All right, 702 310s. Okay. Okay, Apple on the move. Okay, Snowflake on the move. Snowflake going. Okay, Adobe pushing higher. There goes Snowflake. All right, Snowflake going. Let me take a look at Snowflake real quick. Snowflake is rising. 60-minute. All right, that's going to keep going. Snowflake. It's a nice chart. We made a nice bundle on this one. We bought it near the 50-day, just below the 50-day. When Nick was talking about it, I think that was the day that Nick mentioned it when we moved above the 50-day. That day right there, a week ago. So I can't chase it up here because we have such a nice profit. That's all right. A lot of these stocks are going to pull back and give us opportunities. Got a feeling we're going to be much higher by the end of the year. Just that we don't want to chase. Apple turning up. Okay, let's keep an eye on Apple. Apple being rejected at VWAP for now. Watching the volume. Apple. Microsoft turning back up. Adobe is just kicking butt right here. There goes Apple. Adobe ripping back above the 50-day. Here's another example of a stock that's now moving above the 50-day. You should pay attention. Okay, when these start to do this, it's attempted at 3 or 4 times now. So once Adobe gets going, that'll be great. CRM we talked about. I keep looking at CRM. I want to buy some CRM. It's already very extended for today. Okay, Apple looking good now. Look at the volume in Apple. Wow, that's good. Apple. Notice the Apple muscle. Okay, so a lot of people use RSI different than I use it. I picked up on this a while back. Somebody on Stock Charts, one of the better known writers on Stock Charts, talked about RSI and how you can use it to improve your accuracy and your trend following. Because when RSI is above 70 and does this, it looks like a bicep in profile. It's showing strength. RSI muscle. That's telling you that the trend is persistent. Now, if this were making lower highs and dropping below 70, I would not be buying Apple up here or even considering it, right? I'd be looking for a base. But that's what RSI is saying. It's muscle, and it's got a higher high. Volume shows institutions, MACD stochastic rising. Now, did they sell in the end of the month? Wait for it to base again, like it did over here. That's left to be seen. But right now, the muscle is telling us that, the strength of trend is persistent. All right, Microsoft turning back up. Apple. Okay. Adobe continuation. Snowflake. Oracle. All right, Intel fading a bit more. Palantir is gone. Palantir. Okay, Palantir is gone. Palantir, PLTR. Palantir, big gap up. Okay, so don't chase this, obviously. If for some reason we get the opportunity with a BC pivot, that would be your opportunity. Or if this just keeps trending, every time it dips, buy the dip and then put a stop underneath the most recent dip, like this one here. If you had bought this right here on the breakout, put a stop underneath 153.50. That's up 4 points now. So the next dip is what you're looking for, not the high of the day. If you buy the high here, then you got to wait for the dip and hopefully it bounces. and then run right all the way back to your entry at the high in order to break even and hopefully make even more out of the stock. So just wait for it to pull back first. Okay, Palantir looks really strong though. I got a lot of shorts covering there. Apple's still working here good. Apple. Okay, you remember what Microsoft looked like yesterday? Microsoft. Let me see. Let me go to Microsoft. Microsoft. Is it this one? Microsoft. Microsoft. Where's my Microsoft chart? Was it this one? No, I don't think so. 2 days. No. Yeah, Microsoft looks really good. Adobe is still going here. All right, so the shorts are really getting run over. Adobe shorts are getting run over here. Okay, it looks like today's the day that it's going to break and keep going. Said that a couple of weeks ago too on this big bullish candle. The next day it opened at 265 and faded. Microsoft still moving. All right, so just about everything is working. Microsoft, there goes Oracle. Oracle's on a mission now. Oracle, I have to re-enter. Could have re-entered on that dip, I guess. I have ORCX, so that's fine. I'm going to add to that, actually. Add to position. Add 100 shares.
Or the agentic economy, and so there is legitimacy to this claim that like lots of people are using AI and they're going to use it instead of search engines.
Okay, we're at the high today. I want to buy the high of the day. All right, let's see what the markets do. It's 10:37 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, May 29th, and my voice just went. Okay, so May 29th. Microsoft still rallying off the low, looking good. Microsoft. Okay, I really want to take a little bit more off the table here. Software looks fine. Software looks good. IGV. What are the space related names? Those are all off, right? Let's see what those look like. Rocket Labs. Somebody said something about Rocket Labs. All right, that's it looks like it's going to start a base. That's all I would be concerned with right now. Firefly. Okay, it's basing a gap down. ASTS. Gap down. So these leave these alone for now. Meta still fading. All right, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft is on the move. Okay, Microsoft looking really good. Finally breaking out above this level. We're finally getting that level. Okay. Nice dip. They keep buying it. Okay. What a day. What a week. Really, I didn't think that this week would be anything like the previous few weeks, right? And we just keep going. Wow. I'm very impressed. Okay, Microsoft's going to go a bit more. I have June 440, 450 call spreads. I'd like to take these off. There's only 20 days left, 20 trading days left. What's Microsoft going to do? Microsoft. Apple looking for more upside.
Tokenized equities and working deeply on things like that, or Circle launching their own chain called ARC, for stable coins at pretty large scale. Stripe on the private side doing the same thing with Tempo. Like these are really innovative ideas, and we've also had.
Okay, AppLovin, APP. Adobe is still going here. What the hell's going on with Adobe? Nice break above the 50-day on a Friday. Looks like they're buying. Okay, AppLovin. That's coming off the low. AppLovin. Okay, so buyers at the low. Buyers at the low of the day. What was that? That was, okay, Microsoft. I have a limit order on my 440, 450s. They're starting to ladder out of these as we approach 443, 445. 9 weeks up. I just want to keep reducing my exposure. Stay in some of these positions, but have further out July, August, September positions. Apple, what are you going to do, Apple? Make us happy. Okay. Intel's still dipping. Intel. Well, profit taking on Intel. Palantir still ripping higher. Oracle higher low. Oh, I got SPY calls. Shoot. Should have taken those off at the high. Let me see what Trace is saying. Okay, Trace is still rising. All right, so these dips should get bought. We got purple background. You know that that's positive gamma. Okay. Towards the end of the day, it'll get a bit more volatile as it makes sense. But for now, we got a lot of purple support right below. We got resistance just overhead starting at around 7,600 and above. Hedge flows are still rising. Microsoft still pushing. This is Adobe. Wow, Adobe looking good. Adobe.
Here in the States.
Yeah, Andrew, yes, I do.
And it's a myriad of factors. It's biological, it's ecological, it's economical as well. From a biological standpoint, these can only produce so much honey at the end of the day. And to ramp up new hives, that takes time, that takes effort, that takes money. From an ecological standpoint,
Yeah, I have some Adobe. I'll show you what I have here. Okay.
It's largely monocropped, which means it's corn, it's alfalfa, it's soy, and that means that there's not the floral diversity that bees really thrive on to survive and to produce the wonderful nectar of the gods, we call it, that they make, honey. And lastly, there's just a lot of economical pressure on our farmers and apiarists and incentivizing them to keep their hives and to grow their hive capacity. It's a tough time, and despite the huge demand out there, they're not really incentivized to go out there and.
Okay, NVIDIA just rolled over a bit. NVIDIA. Okay, so this time of day, 10:30, 10:45. We got profit taking. Okay, what are we doing here? All right, do S&P.
Especially with our product, just a fundamental challenge is making sure that you have that consistent sensory profile of flavor, color, viscosity. And when you're dealing with an agricultural product that varies by weather, by region, and
Adobe, a little profit taking now. CRM, a little profit taking. Are people starting to take some profits off the table? It looks like.
and certainly the prices out there are a big incentive for us to go out and look globally. Some major producers of honey in the world are Argentina,
Amazon off the high,
Ukraine,
Google off the high, Meta off the high. So your opportunity to take profits off into the strength starting to dissipate. Barbell.
So as you look globally now, you know, let's look at South America, for example. I would imagine that, you know, tariffs and shipping costs and currency fluctuations. How do you, as a CEO, how do you sort of just navigate those variables?
Netflix looking for that to bounce.
question. I guess it's part of what keeps my
Apple's starting to fade now. Apple's starting to fade.
we get a lot of different variables thrown at us. I think the biggest thing that we do
Okay, here's Adobe. All right, so you can see profit taking starting to come in. So they ran this up. People chasing. Intel dipped right at the open, dropped off. What is that? Almost 10 points from the high. What's Dell doing? Dell. Okay, Dell fading from earnings. Dell. Snowflake after earnings. Fading a little bit from the high. I mean, you could stand to wait until Monday, right? Be taking some profits off the table. This is week 9. S&P is up for 9 weeks. Whew. Hope you're not chasing. Up over 20%.
That's a great point. You know your honey? Yes. Honey essentially doesn't expire. You can go to the tombs of Egypt.
Boy, this JP Morgan collar didn't work this time, did it?
That's edible. And that, especially as we've grown, you know, there was a time when we weren't in a capital position to go out and load up. The prices might be low, but now that we're fortunate to have a little bit of scale, we're in a good capital position. It is definitely one of the tools in our toolkit that we use when prices we feel are favorable. We'll go out there, load up, and allows us to weather some of the volatility in the rainy days that might pop up from time to time. So we're not constantly reactionary, and that's really a privilege in a food product.
Wow.
Relies on our agricultural system. You can't say that about alcohol and commodities out there.
Now, how much is your product cost?
Look at all that volume. Look at all that volume. MACD has turned up. And the rate of change has turned more bullish. You can see this is crossed over, just crossed over like a few weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago. Wouldn't that be a hoot if we open up next week and we gain a little bit more? There goes Apple's starting to fall off. Apple's starting to fall off. Okay, so it looks like profit taking. Okay, let's look at the equal weight. See how that's doing. Equal weight, S&P. First, let's look at breadth. Okay, breadth is all pointing lower except for NASDAQ, and that's starting to hook as well. So we're making new highs, and breadth is deteriorating. Looks like profit taking into strength. Okay, the equal weight index now, equal weight. Number of stocks trading above the 20-day, starting to hook upward maybe. All right, so we've had a nice run this week. We broke out. Most likely, we're ready to consolidate a little bit, whether it's pulling back to the 9 EMA or 21 day. We could keep going. You know, there's that too. I mean, we could have another 10th week up. I'm like many people don't know exactly what the markets are going to do. All we can do is interpret what we're seeing. Breadth is starting to fall off a little bit. We had a nice run over the last week. So yeah, I'd be taking some profits off. Look for these to bounce. See, like Apple's completely fell off just now. Apple. Adobe trying to regain some strength. Adobe, CRM. All right, SoFi. Looks like SoFi had some profit taking and starting to bounce now. SoFi. You know, day traders are going to do what they're going to do. SoFi, day traders are going to do what they're going to do. But when you think about BlackRock holding 60 something million shares between them and Susquehanna, and we're just coming off the low, I got a feeling this is going to be at least a double or a triple. Let's see the weekly again. Weekly. Yeah, the weekly's got a lot of ways to go here. At least a double, right? You think? 32 would be a double. Back to the highs. All right, it goes Microsoft bouncing now. Microsoft with a nice dip and bounce. Okay, Microsoft with a nice dip just now and a bounce. All right, this is breaking out. Microsoft. Little dip there, starting to break higher. Looks like institutions buying Microsoft. Finally, Microsoft gave us, if you wanted, gave us here an exit. And now you can reassess. Now that it's above this 440, 442 zone, Microsoft, we can start reassessing. All right, so now that it's above this 432 zone, this breakout zone, the next level is the 200-day, 456 or so. All right, so you get another 10 points, probably. Another 10 points, MACD, stochastic, RSI, everything pointing higher. Volume looks good. It's almost a third of yesterday's volume already. Yesterday was a pocket pivot. All right, Microsoft looks like it wants to go some more. Marvell. Let's see what Marvell's doing. Marvell. Okay, Doji, Marvell. All right, futures are starting to bounce. Futures are starting to bounce. All right, Microsoft's going some more. Here we go, Microsoft. Microsoft is on the move. There it goes. Yeah, let's look at Microsoft. What are they doing today, Microsoft? Yeah, Microsoft. All right, a little profit taking there. Can't chase this up here. It looks like people will be buying at the high of the day. I can't do it. I can't do it. Took profits into this 440, 450s. I don't think we're going to get to 445 today. So I took some of that off. And next week we'll be reassessing Microsoft because it's broken above some key resistance levels now. All right, so I'm going to bring this up. Broke above this level. Okay, looks good. I mean, how many weeks did we have to wait on this one, right? And not just the recent consolidation, but the move lower. I remember a lot of us were, and a lot of people in the trading room were taking some trades down here when Microsoft was moving lower into this little wedge or channel down. Okay, we're building positions down here. Finally able to break even. That was the previous quarter, right? This gap down earnings back in February. So we'll see if this consolidate. We're probably going to consolidate over here in this area between the 200-day and this breakout zone. This gap over here. Okay, so Microsoft looks fine. I'm not going to do anything else with Microsoft for the time being. Got a nice profit over the last several days on, what was it, Wednesday morning early. David was talking about the options that were building in Microsoft. That was a really good day following into yesterday. Many of you took those positions. Friday calls. Wednesday was a 0-day trade. Those did really well. Okay, Microsoft looks like it wants to push a little more. There's going to be people going to chase this. Not me. All right, so we'll look elsewhere for now. Netflix, they got something going on over at Netflix. There's some sort of Investors Day or something coming up at Netflix. Okay, ORCX. I do want to add to ORCX. Okay, Oracle. Okay, so Oracle, I took the 200, 210 spreads off. I'm going to re-enter at some point, but this is looking very strong. I have shares of ORCX. I want to probably add 100 shares to this one. ORCX, we're clearing the 200-day on the right. Yeah, Oracle.
One big beautiful bill sort of strengthened opportunity zone legislation to the next decade.
Okay, sorry, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for coming in, Ben. Really appreciate it. That was Epic Quarter brought to you by Apple, and that was a great weekend.
For nearly 2 decades, Cape Fear Solar Systems has helped home and business owners take control of their energy with trusted solar and battery solutions. But today, how we power our lives is more complex than ever before. So we evolved. Introducing Cape Fear Energy Systems, now also offering generators, HVAC, and electrical services. Cape Fear Energy Systems. Your energy.
Looking for an easy crypto exchange? Kraken lets you buy in just a few taps. Fast, simple,
Microsoft still pushing. Oracle. Beautiful.
trade with precision. Build your crypto portfolio with Kraken. Why has America been flooded by third world criminals who hate our country, disdain our God, and steal our jobs? Career politicians like Lindsey Graham have welcomed illegals with open arms for decades. Graham praised Barack, then Lindsey wrote the amnesty bill, pushed the DREAM Act, and championed more H-1B visas. Strong on power and never married, Lindsey rejects our South Carolina values. Term limit Lindsey Graham.
Politics is so dirty, man. So dirty. I could never be a politician. Okay, Oracle. Apple's still dropping off here. Apple, big drop off there. A lot of volume. Profit taking.
But on the other hand, neither side wants to back down with regard to the next steps and open up the strait and reach a deal. So we're now at the point where Iran at least is sending offers over to President Trump. He's rejected the first one, they're going to send another one. And this war that was originally predicted to go on for 4 to 5 weeks is now into its 8th or 9th week.
Palantir still looking very strong. Palantir.
Well, I think one side or the other is going to have to blink, right? Either economically, the Iranians say it's too much, we're not getting enough oil revenue because with the United States blockade, they're losing, 1.8 million barrels a day going out the strait, and that's a significant part of
All right. AMD, one of the top stocks in momentum flow. It is a chip. It is up nonstop, so hard to take a trade on this one. Applied Materials, AMAT, AMAT, chips, Microsoft software, Microsoft almost at 445. Adobe still pushing here. Adobe making a new high. Software is holding up. It's holding up very well. What's Palo Alto doing? Palo Alto breaking out the new highs. Palo Alto Zscaler. Zscaler, we're looking for that to continue. This reversal, buyers step up. Look at Zscaler's earnings, and you tell me why this gap down. I mean, obviously the markets don't make any sense sometimes, right? But look at Zscaler, right? Here's Zscaler. Okay, we missed, but 30% earnings growth, 25% revenue growth. Yeah, they missed the earnings by a penny, 2 pennies, whatever. They made 850 million. It's in an area that's much needed, security. Now look at Palo Alto. Okay, remember this grid. Look at the positive number on earnings growth. Now here's Palo Alto. Palo Alto Networks. Okay, it recently reported a beat, right? Billions, granted, instead of 800 and whatever million, 202.5 billion. But look, earnings growth is slowing as it becomes a bigger company. I don't know if that's a bad thing. CrowdStrike, let's see what CrowdStrike looks like. CrowdStrike, just from an earnings perspective, right? Earnings. Okay, so earnings are a little bit better than Zscaler, but look at the charts. Look at the charts. Okay, here is Palo Alto breaking out. Here is CrowdStrike, CRWD, breaking out. Where's Zscaler? Zscaler shouldn't be down here. It's a double bottom. I would say it makes sense to start adding to a position. That's what I'm going to do, actually. Just talk myself into adding to Zscaler. Okay. Zscaler. I have July. I have July position. I'm just going to double up on this. July. Where? Okay. Oh, I know, because July is here. That's a 10 delta. All right, so I'm not going to add to my existing position. What I'm going to do is I'm going to buy maybe a 40 delta, 140, 145. It could stay down here for a while, so there's a lot of options building at 150. 150 is up there north of the 50-day. Okay, so what do I want to do that? No. Let me do 140, 150. All right, I'm going to scale in. 140, 150. 140, 150. Buy. Vertical. 140, 150. July. 140, 150. July. Those are $300 per contract, per spread. It's okay. Let me just edit that. Yeah, that's okay. 320 bid. Okay, so I got filled at 140, 150. Zscaler. Okay, so this makes no sense to me. But, you know, that's the markets. Don't make a whole lot of sense sometimes. There goes Adobe. Adobe, Apple dropping off. So somebody wanted out of Apple at the highs. Microsoft's okay. Adobe looks okay. Oracle continuation. Okay. Zscaler. Okay, so I'm going to post this. All right.
To support these operations. So of course, it all comes from Congress, but these days such a big chunk of it's debt, right? And we know that national debt these days is what, $39 trillion, $40 trillion. The deficit is at least a couple billion. So look, this all adds up. There's some estimates it's $1 billion a day or so that we've accumulated. So yeah, it costs a lot of money. It's not something that could be used for other things, particularly for modernizing our military. What was it like when you received this role, when you became Secretary of Defense? What was it like to be in a position like this when global uncertainties were, I mean, not maybe at the level they are today, but you know, it wasn't exactly smooth sailing when you were leading the charge. Yeah, I think every defense secretary faces his or her own challenges when you tenure. At the time, I had a few things I was wrestling with when I first came into office. It was Iran. We did have Afghanistan going on at the same time, and then of course we were standing off against the of course, we got really crazy with COVID, with street protests, etc.
All right, looking good. Iron on the move, looking good there, Armando. Microsoft looks like it wants to keep going. NVIDIA turning back up. Netflix turning up. Adobe is gone. S&P, let's see what the hedge flows look like now. Hedge flows. This must not be working. This doesn't look right. Here's S&P. S&P equities. Yeah, CJ, mine is defaulting to S&P 500, not to S&P equities. I'm not sure. There might be some setting that you can implement. But you can see calls are being bought, puts are being sold. As puts are being sold, it's creating that blue line is rising. If I put them together, you can see that the hedge flow line is rising. 2.19 billion has traded. What's the low over here? So about 7 billion. About 7 billion is traded already today. Okay. Okay. So it looks good for a bounce here, S&P. Okay, Adobe is gone, girl. Microsoft is gone. Oracle looking good. All these software stocks are doing their best. Software. Mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, so not sure what's going on here with Trace. This hedge flow line still rising. It just looks weird. Let me go to the 1 minute. It looks okay, I guess. I don't know. Something doesn't look right though. All right, so we've got support, resistance. We're headed up towards resistance. If we get back up to the high of the day, I would be I'd be taking some profits off. I do have some SPY calls. Bought those yesterday. Those look okay. It's like yesterday, letting things run just paid off in spades, right? Everything just ran yesterday. By the end of the day, it was quite a P&L day for the bulls. All right, so S&P still going here. Zscaler, S&P 500 still going, looking good. S&P, let's keep an eye on S&P for a few minutes. Why don't we? 50-day, 21-day. Everything is stacked. All the moving averages are stacked. We're approaching 1 standard deviation VWAP bands right now. I'd love to get some sort of news from the president. We've approved the Iran deal. Straits of Hormuz are open. Watch crude oil drop like a rock. SCO, Sierra Charlie Oscar. Sierra Charlie Oscar, SCO. That's a good way to short crude oil, SCO. You know it's not going to stay where it is. Eventually, this is going to turn back down. So a long-term position in shares, I could see that double easily. Or you could do options, I believe. Do I have options or shares? I forget. Okay, I'm taking some SPY that I bought yesterday. Taking some SPY off into strength. It's 11:15. 11:15. Let me see here. NVIDIA is doing well. Do I want to do anything with NVIDIA? I've been adding to NVIDIA. I have July and October options for NVIDIA. Okay, so let me take a look at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA. Okay, this looks really good. This looks very similar to what we've already had since we broke this 50-day moving average, okay? So the odds are this is going to hold up very well. Okay, so we got this little turn here, right? We got that turn. We got this turn. Looks very similar, right? I got to believe this is going to continue to move higher, and we'll do what we did last time, which is rip to the upside. These people in politics. I'm sure it's just as crazy in your area, wherever you live. The existing people are bad. Okay, so there we go. So we're looking for this. All right, we're looking for this to extend and go like that. Yo, Benny. All right, so we got this one. And you know what NVIDIA base looks like, right? On the daily. So this looks pretty good. Okay, here's NVIDIA. Looks good, right? That's what I'm expecting NVIDIA to do. Okay, NVIDIA base. Okay, this looks good, right? Bouncing right at the top of the base where it broke out. I got a feeling people are going to be crying that they didn't buy any NVIDIA on the dip. That's just my 2 cents. Doesn't mean go out and buy it. What I'm doing, what you're doing, I don't know what your individual circumstances are, but this is what I'm thinking, is that this is going to continue. Pull back the breakout. All right, this is starting to turn. Oh, this looks really good here to me. NVIDIA. Okay, looks good, NVIDIA. What happened here? Something's not right. I think it's the time period. I think I need to go out to 1 year. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Save chart. Okay, cool. Yeah, NVIDIA, I got a feeling people are going to be very complacent on this one. And when it starts to move, they're going to regret not being in. Buy the dip, sell the rip. If it doesn't work, you get stopped out. Okay, NVIDIA's turning back up. Okay. $11 months. No follow through. Okay, NVIDIA. Let's go here. Zscaler looking good. NVIDIA.
as you look into the future of combat, are drones and other autonomous systems, I look at what even Elon is doing with his robots, who knows where that even goes, but are those still complementary to jet fighters? Are they still complementary to humans?
Yes, I don't think. Look, I think they'll always be used together in certain ways, and depending on the situation, one will lead and the other will follow. So, for example, you could see using drones, for example, we do it today for cruise missiles, to take out enemy air defenses so that you can clear the way for manned fighters. They can do a lot of different tasks. So I think the same is true with regard to other parts of the military. Just last month, maybe
Okay, NVIDIA pulling back a little bit right now, unfortunately. It is Friday after all. We've had a nice run up. Looking for NVIDIA to continue.
So what does that tell you? I mean, in that case, when you don't want to send men into an urban area where the casualties are terribly high, you can send in these drones, you force them surrender, and then you backfill with human infantry, if you will, to kind of do that mission. So I think they're going to be complementary in different ways, in different situations. One will be used more so than the other, maybe in the lead, maybe in the supporting role. And I think the challenge of commanders and leaders is to figure out what is that situation. In my opinion, when I was Secretary of the Army, what I was saying, I would always like first contact with the enemy to be with a robot, whether it's clearing a room, whether it's engaging enemy tanks in the open field. If you can use them to fix the enemy and then maneuver with manned infantry or manned tanks, then to me that's a far more successful operation and far safer operation than what we've done for the last, 100 years of maneuver warfare.
Given how fast all this AI technology is moving, what should be table stakes in terms of crafting up ethical guidelines for using AI in warfare?
Yeah, look, I think I would go back to the principles that I laid forth in 2020. I mean, there has to be not just responsible use, but to understand the responsible development. There has to be transparency in terms of the algorithms and what they're being told to do. What's the learning, right? How are they trained to operate? I think those have to be very clear. There has to be some type of verification process in there also, where we know that it's going to be performed as expected at the reliability levels and accuracy levels and things like that. I think that's, if I were back in the position right now, that's what I'm.
Oh boy, man. CRM started off the week looking really, really strong, and it just keeps going. CRM, and we pointed this one out the last couple of days. If you bought into it, I liked what I was seeing. Okay, just a little fade below the 50. Now it's popping above. Like a lot of these other stocks, it looks like what's happening is institutions are taking some money, rotating out of chips, which have been up for what, more than 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, whatever the hell it is. SoFi, stocks like this, SoFi, financials, Wells Fargo, saw some options on Wells Fargo showing up, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs. I want to buy some more Morgan Stanley. Okay, these IPOs are coming out. So Morgan Stanley, these are looking really good. So SoFi, another way to play it. All right. Okay, what's Atlassian doing? Team. Okay, that's gapping up. Okay, so this is finally doing it. Okay, doing exactly what we're looking for. It's working now. Team.
We had a plan to go to 120 to 150 unmanned ships, so it'd be a total force of 500. So look, he wants to build more ships. I think it's going to take far more many years than most people realize. It takes years to
Okay, team, we talked about this one yesterday, right? Team Atlassian. We talked about this yesterday. TEAM, TEAM. Okay, this is what we're looking for. The breakout. We got the breakout. 110 strike is what I have right now. The 100, 110. Okay, the 100, 110 strike. Adobe is still going. It's like Adobe is getting bought out by somebody or something. The way it's trading. Netflix looks like it wants to go. Netflix. There was some scuttlebutt about Netflix this morning. A couple of people posting Netflix commentary. All right. Starting to hum the Yahoo theme song. That's not good. Palantir looks like it wants to keep going. Oh, man, what a day. What a day for a daydream. Ba, 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 ba. What a day to daydream. Do, 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 do. Ba, 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 ba. All right, so it's looking pretty good today, right? Okay, NYMO is at plus 12. Hasn't really moved that much. NYMO is flat, yet the markets are making new all-time highs. I don't know, folks. I'd be reducing my exposure. Yeah, but what happens if we bolt higher next week, Benny? What happens if we don't? That's what I'm preparing for. I'm preparing for a 9-week rally that could be in a 10-week rally. I mean, we could get the news that, Trump signed the deal and the deal is official and Iran gets their country back and all those things can happen. So we want to stay exposed, but not 100%. That makes any sense. My trading account. Okay, there goes Apple. All right, if you liked Apple before, you like it even better on this dip. Okay, Apple's starting to turn. Okay, so Apple's a doji. So what do we look at? Okay, look at stochastic. What is stochastics telling me? It's embedded, it's flat, it's sideways. What is RSI telling me? Muscle. It's telling me persistent strength in the trend. So between RSI and stochastics, it's telling me the dip should get bought. So I look at the 1-minute chart. Is it oversold? Yes. Did it rally? Yes. Did you buy it right here? A better entry for sure. 310, nice round strike. It's up almost $2 off the low. I'm telling you, this 1-minute chart is a great way to make money in the markets. 550 delta calls, you make $2. That's $500 a day. That's $10,000 a month. I mean, who can't use $120,000 extra a year? It's not that far fetched. Believe me. I've seen it. I've experienced it. Continue to experience it. Continue to preach it. Okay. You just have to make sure that the markets are number one, the markets need to be bullish, right? The sector that you're trading should be fairly strong. RSI shows that. It would be nice if it wasn't a Friday, but yeah, I mean, if you got a few things that line up, try it. Try it. Try it with one call, right? If you're new to options, try it. Wait till the markets get oversold. Like this morning, I got excited about this. Bad entry. Should have waited for this. This will get back to here. If it doesn't, okay, so it's a bad trade. Not every trade's going to work, right? But you got to take the trade, as Jason always says. You can't sit and hope and wait for the best scenario. You got to get active. The other side of that is, what Brent talks about a lot. I say this from time to time too. You don't have to trade every single day, but if the setup is there, take a shot. Take a shot. All right, so we're watching NVIDIA too. NVIDIA pulled back a little bit just now. Okay. Not quite oversold, but it's starting to make a higher low. I'm looking at the daily thinking to myself, this is going to be a winner. Palantir's at the high of the day. Adobe's still going here. Adobe's crazy. Crazy strong Adobe. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Adobe. Mm-hmm.
So that up crash, that kind of right tail risk is something that has been a little bit more endemic to the options market. And you are seeing both price action on hedges, but you're also seeing price action saying, when the pain is to the upside, I want to be ready for that too.
Right.
I think there's a couple things when you look at volatility, right? You have to remember that volatility is in every single asset. So every single asset class is different. And so if you look at the broad-based indexes like the S&P 500, which is super concentrated to multi-trillion-dollar companies, as well as the NASDAQ 100, right? You're going to have less volatility because they have various business lines across the board. And so there's a lot more stability in their earnings. Where you're seeing a lot more volatility is in the smaller caps. You're seeing in the other asset classes like oil has tons of volatility, right? You've got also crypto's got tons of volatility. And so when you look at when you talk about volatility, you need to think about what is the underlying. And so when you have these companies that are really, impervious to an extent to oil prices, like the Mag 7 names, essentially over the long term, they can smooth it out over cycles. You're not going to see a lot of volatility. But if you go into smaller consumer discretionary names, that's where you're going to see a lot of volatility happening, right? And so I think we need to be careful when we're talking about volatility. It's an ever-present phenomenon. You can never get rid of it. But what we're seeing is in the broad-based indexes, that's why we see things.
Cool. So you guys, where are you guys? Where are you now?
Actually is a barometer of uncertainty and not a fear index. People always like, oh, the fear index. I think it's an uncertainty, and there's a lot less uncertainty for these mega cap names.
Right, but what uncertainty can be?
Market's looking really good. Okay, Adobe's still going here. Wow, Adobe is just crazy strong. Adobe.
Still like at 22, right? Still kind of in that cautious zone, not the places zone, but certainly not the panic zone.
One thing I would say is, there's a lot of mysticism around the VIX. A lot of people ask me if the VIX is broken. One thing I like to kind of give as a rule of thumb is you take whatever the VIX number is and you essentially divide it by 15.4, which is the square root of 252 business days. I will tell you why that matters. It just brings it back to a plus or minus daily
RCG.
on the S&P. And the reason that matters is year to date, what is the S&P down?
Right, yes,
Less than 5%.
yeah, less.
And so my point being, like the VIX is just a calculation of what S&P calls and puts are doing. And if the S&P itself isn't really down all that much, you wouldn't expect that calculation
may res in 10
to
seconds.
kind of be hugely divergent unless something happens. And the reason it matters is in options, you actually tend to look at other things as well. So we look at specifically how many downsides are people sitting in, just how many puts in the S&P, not necessarily just the VIX. And one reason I would say that we've had pretty subdued VIX is because people think back again, short-term memory. What was the last precedent we had?
Right.
Russia, Ukraine. So let's go back to rewind 2022. Look at that playbook. And yes, we kind of had a burst when initially Russia invaded Ukraine. For the rest of that year, it was a kind of a very boring path-dependent VIX market, and that's what institutional investors, I would say, are thinking back to that short-term
IGV,
play, and they say, look, we look through
Oracle,
Even individuals, let's take
Microsoft.
individuals. I think they are also now starting to be able to look through and realize that some of these geopolitical headlines, yes, create short-term cash, maybe some nervousness and anxiety, but in the long term, don't really price stocks.
Well, I think it's important too when you're thinking about the VIX is that it's a 30-day indicator, right? And so it's only 30 days out. You have to actually go back 30 days. Let's think about the RSI, the relative strength index of the S&P 500, went below 30. So there was a lot of
oversold condition.
Oversold condition, which indicates that there's upside ahead. Okay. Then you also have you have multiples that compress pretty significantly, right? So then you've got that backdrop on top of
Adobe's gone. Adobe's still going.
you've got earnings coming out in the next 30 days. So you can have an overall case of like, what is the market going to be focused on in the next 30 days? What these companies actually earn and what they're going to guide.
And the guidance is always, I think, more important in terms of earnings, because the earnings numbers, they are what they are, right? Those are history now. You want to say, I gave it, right? But really, it's about what they said going forward. It's going to be interesting because this quarter is going to be especially interesting just because of all the geopolitical stuff that's going on. Are these CEOs of the C-suite starting to be more cautious going out versus what they were in January?
Well, the answer is yes, and they have to be because CFOs are historically they are going to want to kind of give them a buffer and protect themselves. So you see that across the board historically for CFOs when they're guiding actually going forward, and this gives them a perfect opportunity talking about the energy crisis that could be trickling through, especially when we talk about NASDAQ 100, the tech names. 60% of their earnings actually come from overseas, and so the European market, the Middle East, Asia Pacific, they're all going to have energy concerns baked into that. So I think the CFOs are going to have a lot of cover for guidance going forward.
Yeah. And I think you think that's what's going to happen? They're going to become more cautious.
Yeah.
You think so?
It's interesting because I was looking at the price.
All right, Adobe's still going.
And I'll tell you that
S&P. All right, so we sold some over here about 30 minutes ago or so. SPY. I'm not sure how much more we can get out of this, but we do have positive gamma all the way up to this level here, 99 percentile, 7630. We may actually test that today.
Uncertainty is pricing. There is this kind of more distress, but it's kind of in and around the midterms, which is also coinciding with the second quarter.
Right.
Essentially, the July through year-end bucket is much higher.
Right. Amanda, go ahead. You had an interesting question about prediction markets.
You want to say? Well, no, just curious, honestly, on what the lead is or what. I would say it's not currently part of my investment strategy to be in the prediction markets, but just curious where you both met out on that.
So I'll tell you, I get a lot of like existential dread questions about this from options people because in some ways it is kind of like eating into fundamentally what an option does, right? An option is really like a tactical bet. And so is prediction markets, but to some degree it's sexier because you have like all these specific things you can
day is a binary option, but that it is fundamentally the same meat that is going into these pricings. What I would say, we were talking about this a little bit before, is there has to be some sort of kind of change, I think, in just what the moral hazard is. Some sort of change in regulation, I think that's starting to occur. And then the second is just volume-wise, it hasn't gotten to a place where you can kind of see like institutional traffic. It is much more, you know, the r/WSB like forum, but that can change as well. Like, it's a lot of,
you know, news cycle time, but well, I think there are two things you need to consider when you're looking at prediction versus options market, right? With options, you can risk less to make more, which, you know, where prediction markets kind of lie in there, kind of more gambling, depending on what you want to do and look at. But then also at the same time, options are a great place to monetize volatility, and I don't see prediction markets replacing that. For example, there's very popular strategies, covered call strategies, where you can actually sell, you know, calls against your portfolio to generate higher income, right? And it's a very conservative strategy. If you own 100 shares of Apple, you can sell one contract against that, generate some income. So, you know, I think there's two ways to look at prediction markets. Great place to play gamble, have a good time. If you see a bunch of pizza being ordered to the DOD Pentagon, and you go in and you buy it, right? That's completely different than retail or institutional investors that are using conservative options strategies to monetize volatility.
And how's my favorite governor? Too much trouble,
All right, watching Palantir. Wow, Adobe is just a beauty. Adobe just keeps going. Here's Q's right here. Adobe. This software is just, oh man. Adobe, you're beautiful. You are so beautiful to me. Can't you see? Bottom, bottom. You're everything I hope for. Oh man, look at these stocks. This is great. You know, it's hard to believe these are just taking off like this. Adobe, you know, just keep moving your stops. Every time it dips, once it turns back up, you move your stop from here to here. It's going to dip here and then go again. Move your stop underneath 255. 253, 255, that's $2. Okay. From this level here, 251 to 253, that's $2. Every $2 move, 50 delta call is going to make you $100. So if you bought down here this morning at 245, that's $10. That's $10. That's $500 per 50 delta call on one trade. Now, granted, software is super strong today, so this wouldn't have worked. This would not have worked a couple of days ago, right? Because we're down here fading below the 50-day. But now that the 50-day is turned up, it looks like software is going to have at least a few days in the sun. And Adobe on the daily looks like a lot of stocks that I've been pointing out lately that have moved back above the 50-day moving average. CrowdStrike running. It moved above the 50-day first week of May. Actually, second week, third week of April. 200-day first week of May. SoFi above the 50-day yesterday, following through today. I'm going to double up on this one. Not right now, but I'll double up. We doubled up yesterday. Some of you doubled up as well on SoFi. Yeah, it looks good. You know, I have to be very honest here. Not that I'm not honest the rest of the time. That's the way it sounds like when you say that, but I have to be very honest. I feel like just closing everything and refocusing on whatever on my trading account, not my investment account. Investment account, I'm not as impatient. Investment account, you know, I'll continue to buy stuff like SCHD, right? It's trending. We got back in. We added some SCHD when it got back above the 50-day, that green line. SPHD, I couldn't tell you what that's doing. I haven't looked at it in a while. SPHD. Okay. Might add to this. DIVO, DIVO, these dividend paying ETFs. These are all making money. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin, the dog is Bitcoin. Bitcoin needs to turn back up. I reduced my exposure in Bitcoin this week because a lot of stuff wasn't working. So I took IBIT off. IBIT, Coinbase. I reduced my exposure in Coinbase yesterday on the bounce. It looks like it might keep going. So how much do I have left here? I have CONL. So I took some off. I put it into CONL. All right. So less exposure. Same idea. CONL is trading at $7 versus COIN. So I took some of this off yesterday. Or was it Wednesday? I think it might have been Wednesday. Because it kept losing. Now it's reversing. That's good. That's a good sign. But I'm no longer in Coinbase. I'm in CONL and still a proxy. All right. So 2 times. This I could stomach a little bit more, share wise. But longer term stuff, yeah, I'm not really that concerned about. Short term stuff, I really would like to close a lot of these positions. Let Microsoft, Oracle, and things like that continue. The software group has pulled back and now is starting to rally over the last 4 or 5 weeks. Okay, so the weekly looks really good. The potential here, if this runs all the way back up to the highs, wouldn't that be great? Another 10% on the weekly. Okay, 100. I got the 100, 110 strike, I believe, right? IGV. Oh, man, that is so nice. We've been sitting on IGV. It's been trending. It dipped back down to the 50-day in late April, started to move back up in May. We stayed patient. We stayed patient with Oracle, stayed patient with Microsoft. All of these are starting to fire now. So I don't want to take profits now. Have to think about what I want to do, though. Do I want to take my short-term trades, do something long-term? Or just, probably the best idea is to just stick with IGV because you don't have to worry about single stocks. IGV is taken off. It's above the 200-day moving average. I probably should double up on this one. I got 20 calls, the June 100 strike. I really should roll this, right? I should roll this. IGV. This looks so strong. Look at Adobe's still going here. IGV. Okay, so here's another example. I got IGV. I got the 100 strike call, 20 days to expiration. I want to be out or have decided what to do with this before it gets to 14 days because you know what happens under 14 days. Theta kills your positions. Even if you start to grind a little bit higher, Theta just is like a constant headwind. So with the June 100 strike calls, I need to make a decision what I'm going to do. We're just in the money now. We bought these back here when it moved above the 50-day, pushing above the 200-day. I really should take profits and reassess it next week. But I'm looking at Adobe CRM. I'm looking at Oracle. These are all climbing, so I don't want to sell it just yet, right? And it's up to you. It's up to you. I don't know what your individual circumstances are. If you want to collect cash, I'm at about my trading account. I'm about 45% cash right now. As of nearly noon, Friday, May 29th, I'm almost 45% cash. I'd like to get to like close to 50%, 60% cash in my trading account, because next week, going into June, we want to start thinking about what are they going to position in. Technology tends to do very well during the month of July. Now, what about June, Vinny? Sometimes it works for June too, but we're up a lot. Think about it. Over the last 9 weeks, how much have we made? Do you really want to just sit that on black, spin the wheel? Not that it's an equal analogy, but you know what I'm saying. 9 weeks up. Here's the industrials. What does the industrials tend to do? And look at July. Look at June. June's a little bit lower for the last 5 years. Let's look at the Qs. The Qs. Okay, let's go out 20 years. 20 years average. Okay, 20 years. What happens? We tend to have a dip in June and a rise in July. You see that? Here's June, July right here. Okay, there's June, July. So we tend to have a dip from May into June and then a rally into July. Tech tends to do this really well too. Let's see what semis look like. Semis, this is 5 years. Let's go 20 because we want to capture more time. So not the best for semis, right? Not the best for semis. Okay, so let's look at software. Software, IGV. This is controversial, of course. Software has been off, playing catch up. Okay, looks good. XLK, 20 years. Okay, pretty obvious. Tech, as an overall sector, does really well in the month of July. Look how much it dips in June. Now, this could be an unusual year because of the whole AI thing. But I still don't want to bet against the house. I don't want to bet against the odds that we could see some pullback. So that's why I'm at 45% cash right now and want to get closer to 50% cash. Still have some exposure. All right, Adobe looks like it's starting to sputter a little bit up here. Adobe. All right, so that's what I'm thinking. June, maybe a little bit less productive. We're dealing with 9 weeks up on the S&P. Adobe, okay. What I'm going to do, Adobe here. Adobe.
Even though they're not making pennies anymore. They're not making. Wait, can I just say one thing? This whole argument about the spending at the Fed, at this point, is that really going to get in the way?
All right, Adobe, I'm taking a little profits off into strength. All right, Adobe, taking a little profits into strength. I'll readjust. I have options that expire too soon. Adobe. Okay, let me see what else I want to do here. Adobe. I want to get closer to 50% cash. Adobe.
The whole situation is also a little annoying. Like there's so much hair and stuff going on right now with the point. I mean, we just want them to get back.
Oh wow, that position was a lot larger than I thought it was. Adobe.
So before we end this, I just want to get quick final thoughts. So, Kevin, start with you.
So we didn't talk about it, but you had talked about it on a previous episode.
Okay, software, IGV.
Just got approval. They're based out of Texas. They have a town in Texas. Elon Musk moved from Delaware to Texas. So the Texas Stock Exchange is going to get these.
I didn't even think about that. What I will say, well, thank you, but I will say these guys.
Team Atlassian. Okay, that one was a nice breakout, right? Team Atlassian. Okay, another winner. Team. Okay, so I should have that.
would be nice, but it's like
Team.
get exposure anywhere because there's all these other thematic ETFs that are out there that he'll get into, and the Qs are eventually going to lose. You know, I think kind of that like we need to be in the Qs aspect.
It's really funny because I was actually going to bring up exactly the same thing. And here's the reason why. Because one of the big trades that option investors are very focused on right now is again that fast track getting to NASDAQ. But we look at it from a spread perspective. So essentially how NASDAQ options are doing versus S&P. It's actually been very fair. And a lot of people expect it to blow out if you get SpaceX later this year, and then even later Anthropic, OpenAI. And one trade that we do like is that differential pricing that we think should expand if this kind of creates that AI fervor, FOMO and MOMO that we've seen so often in the past.
Do you think, one quick thing, because I want your thoughts on this too. Do you think that Elon Musk is going, because I think he's going to, that he's going to allocate a bunch of SpaceX stock for the retail investor, because he is dying to get the retail investor in before the stock trades publicly. Like they want to get it in before the IPO price. Yes.
I don't think, of course,
I don't think it'll be a lot, but I do think it. Yeah.
yeah, they want that, and you can see that's how he's ruled. You know, under
Right.
Tesla, with the way he's done.
May rest in 10 seconds.
You know, his quarterly meetings and things like that. It's just a function of the mechanism of how to get that done. And the valuation has just
Skyrocketed.
Yeah,
skyrocketed.
such a short.
But I think you have to buy it anyway, because I think it's just one of those things you have to buy.
Well, yeah, it's a long-term thing. It's
Right.
a super cycle.
Right.
As a manager, he's done exceptionally well. I mean, think about it. The cost for him to go into space and to do what he's done dwarfs what Gavin Newsom has done with the hyperrail. You know, I mean, they spend more on that, and you can't even lay a track. So he's a phenomenal manager.
100%. Till the next time, take good care.
The following content is not intended to be financial advice and should not be used as a substitute for professional financial services.
That'll be $200 for them. I'm so sorry. I think I completely forgot my wallet. I'm sorry, ma'am. I have a long line here. Next in line, please. Wait, just give me 2 minutes, please. Hi, I'm calling about the prize from yesterday. Is that ready to cash out yet? It's already being processed. Please check your account to see it has arrived. Yes, that's the one. Thank you.
Excuse me, I couldn't help but overheard. What game are you playing?
It's called Fire Casino. The withdrawals are fast and the customer service is great. More importantly, they have daily rewards and events where you can get free SC and GC.
Okay, Tesla turning back up. Team at Atlassian looks really good. Team finally broke out of this range. Bollinger Bands, the upper band starting to open up. Lower band needs to open up. Otherwise, if this lower band parallels price action in the 90 MA, what that is telling you is that look for a grind higher. If the lower band turns lower and the upper band does continue to move higher, that's telling you look for a fast move. RSI is already at 70. MACD's turned up. Volume was looking good. Stochastic's firing as well. Look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. So if you're going to buy anything like this, you want to buy dips. You don't want to buy it now. It's at the high of the day. Team at Atlassian looking good. What's ServiceNow doing? ServiceNow. Big move on ServiceNow. I'm going to take some profits on ServiceNow. ServiceNow, I took some profits off into strength. It's way outside the upper Bollinger Bands, thinking that at a minimum, what it needs to do is consolidate. Doesn't mean it can't keep going. ServiceNow doing really well. Oracle, I mean, all of these are blasting higher. Oracle, Adobe, Palo Alto Networks, even Zscaler coming off the lows. People are going to realize what they're missing here. Zscaler. CrowdStrike. Palo Alto Networks.
Forget the news today. Forget the price. Today, I want to take you back to the very beginning, to the man, the moment, and the message hidden in the first block of Bitcoin. This is the story they should be teaching in schools, and almost nobody's heard it. Let's go. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Daily Wolf on Yahoo Finance. I'm your host, Scott Halper, also known as the Wolf of Wall Street. Now, usually we cover the news every single day, but we're not doing that. We're doing some deep dives on important topics. Today, I want to tell you the story of how Bitcoin was born. Not the simplified version, the Wikipedia version, the real one. Because once you know the story, once you understand what was happening in the world the day they pressed the button, and what they buried inside the very first piece of code, you'll understand that Bitcoin was not a technology experiment. Bitcoin was a response. And the person or people who built it made sure before they disappeared that nobody could ever forget why. So let me set the scene. The fall of 2008, the American financial system was collapsing in real time. Bear Stearns was already gone, and then Lehman Brothers filed for bankruptcy on September 15th, which at the time was the largest corporate bankruptcy in U.S. history. AIG, the giant insurance company, was hours from imploding. The same week, Washington Mutual failed, which was the biggest bank failure in American history. Within 72 hours, the entire global financial system was teetering on the edge of total collapse. The world had never seen anything like it. And what happens next, as we all remember, was one of the largest transfers of wealth from the public to the financial sector in human history. The bailouts, the TARP program, $700 billion handed to Wall Street, cleaned up a mess Wall Street had made. AIG got bailed out by the Federal Reserve and turned around and paid Goldman Sachs $13 billion and 100 cents on the dollar. The Fed opened the printer, trillions of dollars came out of thin air, and risk and reward fully decoupled. The banks that caused it got rescued, and the taxpayers who funded the rescue got a slow grind of inflation and lost savings stretched for the next 2 decades. So that was the world. Late 2008. Faith in the financial system was at the lowest point since the Great Depression. Anybody paying attention could see what was happening. The rules of the game had just been rewritten in plain sight to favor the people who already won, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. The system was the system. There was no exit, there was no alternative. You lived inside the dollar, or you lived nowhere. And then, on October 31st of 2008, on Halloween, at 2:10 in the afternoon, a paper appeared on an obscure photography mailing list. 9 pages, written by someone who called himself Satoshi Nakamoto. The title was Bitcoin, peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And this paper was dense, it was rigorous. It cited and it described in elegant detail a system that never existed before in the industry. A digital money that could be sent from one person to another, anywhere in the world, without going through any bank, any government, any intermediary at all. A money that solved a problem computer scientists have been working on for decades and had never been able to crack. A money that couldn't be counterfeited, couldn't be printed by anyone, and operated on a fixed supply schedule that no one, not the inventor, not a government, not anyone, would ever change. And the thing about the paper that really hit when you read it was that there was no marketing. Just a pseudonym. It was just 9 pages of cold, precise, almost academic prose, describing a complete alternative to the financial system that was that exact week collapsing into the laps of the people who were about to be bailed out. It's one of the most extraordinary documents of the 21st century, and almost nobody at the time noticed. Then, on January 3rd, 2009, about 2 months later, Satoshi Nakamoto
Okay, Palo Alto, kicking it. Zscaler. Okay, that's looking really good, Zscaler. All right. Nice rise. Corey, you mentioned we were talking about this, what, about 10:30 or so? Oversold stochastic RSI. Price action. Turn right around. Been bullish ever since. Looks good.
Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. That was the headline from the front page of the Times of London that morning. A real newspaper, a real headline. The British government had just bailed out the banking system 3 months earlier in October 2008 with a $500 billion
Zscaler looking good. Amazon climbing. Nvidia's holding on. Microsoft holding on. Apple's trying to turn. Okay. Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
is by design a permanent middle finger pointed directly at the central banking system. It is not subtle. It is not metaphorical. It is like this forever. And anyone who runs a Bitcoin node anywhere in the world is technically hosting a copy of that headline. It is the most successful piece of protest art in human history. And it got even better, because there's one more detail of the Genesis block that almost nobody talks about. The 50 Bitcoin that Satoshi mined is the reason for the first block. By quote of the code, those 50 coins can never be spent. They're locked forever. When Satoshi did it on purpose, or there was an accident he chose not to fix, nobody knows. As if to say, this was not about the money. This was never about the money. And he made the point with the very first coins he ever created. This tells you everything you need to know about why Bitcoin exists. It wasn't created so people can buy Lambos. It wasn't created so traders can speculate. It was created as a direct, deliberate, intentional response to a financial system that was just demonstrated to anyone willing to look that it was rigged in favor of the people running it. Bitcoin was your exit. And Satoshi made sure the exit was safe by using it as money. Now let me tell you about Satoshi himself, because the founder's story is just as important. 17 years later, every journalist, every policy expert, every linguist, every government agency, every well-funded investigation, every podcast theorist, nobody knows. The day was obviously a pseudonym. Could have been one person, could have been a group, could have been a man, could have been a woman. Could have been American, British, Japanese, European. Every theory has been investigated, and every theory has been tested. But we do know this. For about 2.5 years, late 2008 through the spring of 2011, Satoshi was very active. He wrote thousands of forum posts and emails. He corresponded with early developers who joined the project. He patiently answered questions, fixed bugs, refined the code, defended the design choices. By all accounts, people interacted with him. He was absolutely brilliant, polite, and almost obsessively focused on getting the protocol right. And then, on April 23rd, 2011, he sent his final node email to a developer named Mike Kirk. And the email said, and I'm quoting directly, "I've moved on to other things. Citgo, Andrew, Gavin, and everyone." And then he disappeared. He hasn't spoken since. Not once, not under his own pseudonym, not under any pseudonym anyone has ever verified, not anywhere. He just walked away. And here's the most extraordinary detail. In the early days of Bitcoin, when almost nobody was mining, Satoshi mined a lot of Bitcoin himself, just by being there, just by being the only one running the software for stretches of time. And researchers, through a forensic pattern in the early blockchain called the Satoshi pattern, have estimated that
Satoshi mined approximately 1.1 million Bitcoin in those early years. Roughly 22,000 blocks, about 5% of all the Bitcoin that will ever exist. But here's the part that gets me. When Satoshi walked away in April of 2011, those coins were worth almost nothing. Bitcoin was trading for a couple of dollars at a time. He didn't walk away from a fortune, he walked away from a project. The fortune came later. As Bitcoin grew, those coins became worth thousands, then millions, then billions. Today, at current prices, that pile of coins is worth somewhere over $100 billion. It would make Satoshi one of the wealthiest people on the planet. And those coins are sitting in known Bitcoin addresses on the public blockchain, traceable by literally anyone. And in 15 years, not a single one has ever moved, not one. So Satoshi has had access to what is now 9, 10, 11 figures of personal wealth and has never touched any of it. Never spent it, never sold a single coin, never even moved it to a different address. Just left it there. Frozen. As if to say, this was never about the money. He said it with the first 50 coins in the Genesis block, and he said it every day since, with his silence and his stillness for 15 years and counting. Think about what that signals, because almost every other major technology of the last 50 years has a founder whose face you know. Apple has Jobs, Microsoft has Gates, Amazon has Bezos, Facebook has Zuckerberg. The founder becomes the brand, the founder cashes in. The founder writes the memoirs, takes the credit, without exception. Satoshi did nothing. He built the most important monetary technology in 500 years, and he walked away from the wealth, the fame, and the credit. All of it. He chose anonymity over billions. He chose disappearance over influence. He chose the protocol over the personality. And here's why that actually matters. And this is the part most people miss when they get hung up on the mystery of who Satoshi is. His disappearance is not a side note. It's one of the most important features of Bitcoin itself. Because every other system you can think of has a leader, a CEO, a board, a central authority, a face that can be subpoenaed, pressured, threatened, bribed, killed, or simply convinced to change the rules. Every system has a point of failure that is ultimately human. The leader gets compromised, the board votes badly, the CEO sells out, the founder gets in. But Satoshi removed himself from the equation. By disappearing completely, voluntarily, and permanently, he made Bitcoin leaderless. There's nobody subpoena, nobody to pressure, nobody to threaten, nobody to convince. The protocol just runs. The rules just hold. And no human being on earth, including the person who invented it, has the authority to change them. There has never been a major financial system in history that had no one in charge. Not one. Imagine if the dollar had no Federal Reserve chairman. Imagine if the global banking system had no central bankers, no treasury secretaries, no presidents of major banks, nobody to call when the system needed to be tweaked or rescued or rigged. Well, that's what Bitcoin is. The first piece of monetary infrastructure on Earth where there is structurally nobody to capture. And Satoshi's disappearance is what made that possible. Because if he had stayed, if he had become the public face, given interviews, taken speaking gigs, written the books, accepted the awards, Bitcoin would have a king. And every king eventually gets his crown stolen, or sells the kingdom, or compromises with the empire he was trying to escape. By vanishing, Satoshi made sure that could never happen. And it is, when you really sit with it, one of the most selfless and strategically brilliant acts in the history of any movement. Imagine inventing the most important thing of your century and then handing it to the world without a price tag, without a byline, without an ego, without a single dollar collected for yourself. Imagine the discipline of mining 1 million coins of your own creation, watching them eventually become worth over $100 billion and never spending a cent of it, just to make a point. That is the founder, that is the origin, that is the winner. So let me bring this all the way home. When you look at Bitcoin today, the price charts, the ETFs, the Wall Street firms now selling it to their clients, the political conversations around it, the trillions of dollars of value it now represents, it's easy to lose sight of what it actually is. It is easy to think of it as just another asset, just another investment, just another thing to speculate on. But it is not. It is the only money in human history that was deliberately designed by an anonymous founder who walked away from what became a fortune in the middle of the worst financial crisis in 80 years with a permanent inscription in its very first transaction, reminding everyone who would ever use it exactly why it was necessary. It was built in the middle of a bailout. It was inscribed with the headline of that bailout. Its founder
Zscaler at the high, IGV at the highs.
rewritten by the institutions whose failures have made
HTC
it
may resume
necessary.
in less than a minute.
And 17 years later, the protocol still runs. The supply schedule has held exactly as designed. The cap of 21 million coins remains absolutely intact. Block 0 still sits there with the Times headline embedded inside it, immutable on every node on Earth. The 50 coins from that first block still sit there too, permanently frozen. And this $100 billion still sits untouched in addresses everyone can see and no one can move. The next time somebody dismisses Bitcoin as a fad or a gamble or a meme or some kind of internet curiosity, remember the origin. Remember what the founder put inside the very first block. Remember what he walked away from. And remember that the most important monetary invention since the printing press was born on a Halloween, launched in the middle of a global bailout, and gifted to humanity by a person who refused to take credit for it. It's not a coincidence, it's a statement. And it is still being made every 10 minutes by every Bitcoin block that gets mined on every node on Earth, today, tomorrow, and
All right, there goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move.
I'll see you on Monday.
Tesla going.
RTWU.
ASPC.
OKLL.
NVIDIA back up. I'm looking for Apple to turn back up too. Apple. Apple. Okay, trying to turn up Apple. Tesla looks good. Tesla. Nice turn. Oversold stochastic. Made a lower low. And then took off to the upside. Looks good. Intel basing down here right at the 9 EMA. Intel. Right at the 9 EMA. All right, let's see what these guys have to say over at CNBC.
And their orders will be canceled. That's the only risk.
And can we back up? Just look at this through the broader market lens, because I think that's important. Because it really is informative as to what investors, the cohort investors we have. So normally in a market backdrop where you have inflation that's ticking up, we have rates, while they've moderated somewhat, are still high. So it's tight money. You have oil separate from inflation, keeps going up. Right now, you read the article in the Journal today, you have a very large number, despite what we hear from Jamie Dimon, despite what we hear from Brian Moynihan, because those companies underwrite credit card loans, credit card balances to a much tighter extent than broadly. You have a large part of the country that are in default on a 90-day look-back on their credit card balances. And then you take an approval rating for a president that's lower than a visit to the dentist, and I apologize to my dentist, and all because of the economic outlook. That normally wouldn't be a market that promotes this kind of individual stock.
Looks good, right? Market's having a good day. Good week. 9 weeks in a row. It's crazy. 9 weeks. Really never thought we'd get past week number 6. And we just keep showing signs.
Unless they really miss and the stock goes down 40%, they're going up. And if they do go down 40%, it's not too long before they recover. So it's a very unusual market environment that's feeding the performance in stocks, because all of us sitting on the desk, we can't find another period where so many stocks are up 40% after earnings, regardless of what that earnings was. So it's crazy. It's really crazy.
All three of us, Leslie, sat here during the entire 90s and remember the comparisons. But one thing I think with respect to disclosure is so important. Back then, there was
Intel's basing right at the 9 EMA, just above the 21-day. Spending the last couple of weeks at the highs. Okay, Intel is probably going to be fine. Intel, Micron back up. Micron's turning back up.
Well, we've seen a couple of frauds, and not recently, but at least last fall with some of the private credit. Well, what was used to be private credit, but turned out to be more syndicated. There were a couple of what Jamie Dimon calls cockroaches that turned out.
Microsoft fading from the highs. Took a lot of Microsoft off the money off the table. Let's see, Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft. I need to re-enter Microsoft on a dip. We'll do that later. IGV. I did take some profits off into strength. IGV. Software's had a nice run. I plan on buying on a dip. IGV. Yeah, it looks really good. IGV. Okay, here's IGV now starting to roll, starting to top out, it looks like. Okay, these massive moves becoming less and less strong. Look for a BNC pivot. Probably going to add some of my retirement account software. Still got a long way to go. I'll add to that. I have a position in IGV in my retirement account and trading account. Took the trading account shares off, or the options off. IGV. Tesla's pushing a bit higher now. Tesla looking good. All right, Tesla, got a position in Tesla. I probably want to manage as well. When does this expire? July. Okay, got plenty of time. Tesla. I want to keep some exposure for this IPO. SpaceX IPO. Tesla climbing. Tesla looking really good. Tesla. Yeah, pump Apple. Get Apple back up to the high today. People thought Apple was dead? Really? Who thought Apple was dead 6 months ago? I don't know. It's like, really? 6 months ago, everybody thought Apple was dead? It was just basing. Whatever. Okay. I think the smartest thing Apple did was they didn't chase the whole data center business. You know, they came about it from a stronger perspective. They didn't spend all of that CapEx money. Left to be seen. Dan Ives has got a $400 price target. We'll be at 400 by end of the summer at this rate. Maybe the end of July. I mean, we're not too far away from 400 already. 311. Just another 89 points. All right, looks like S&P wants to move a bit more. Let's see what the hedge flows look like, right? Hedge flows, I don't think this is right. There's something wrong with this hedge flow line. So the best way to deal with it is to go to Hero. This works very well. Okay, separating the two. You want to see the orange line rising with the blue line. Both of these, you want both of these to be rising. Okay, the white line is price. Okay, blue line rising, that means that they're selling puts. Selling puts below, that creates positive gamma, that's support. And you want the orange line rising, that's calls, of course, being bought. So, I don't know, looks pretty good. Let's go to the S&P equities tab, see how that's doing. All right, so a little bit more milder on the put side. Let's see what the Qs, NASDAQ look like. Okay, these are performing very well. Calls being bought heavily on the NASDAQ 100. The Qs, NASDAQ, they're also selling puts. IWM, not as good. You can see the calls. Okay, just keep making lower highs, lower lows. the orange line on IWM. So I would pass on IWM. I'd focus on the Qs and the S&P cash. Apple. Okay, that's flattening out for now. Okay, Apple at the low. At the low of the day right now. Apple, looking for these to turn up on Apple. Let's see what Tesla looks like. Tesla. Okay, so you can see the calls are being bought and puts are being sold. Puts are being sold. Not at the same pace. There's more calls being bought than puts at the moment for Tesla. You can see Tesla's rallying. Tesla has a tendency to run on a Friday. I don't know if it's because momentum traders like to trade Tesla when it's bullish on Fridays. They run it up, make some nice coin, and have the weekend. What's AMD doing? AMD's kind of flat. ARM Holdings. That's rising a little bit. ARM Holdings. A little bit. What about Intel? I know, Jeff, you were worried about Intel, or concerned, I should say. Intel, calls are being bought, puts are being sold. So this Intel is going to be fine. Intel's going to be fine. Meta. Let's look at Meta. Okay, calls being sold. They're taking profits on the Meta. What about Netflix and Nvidia? Microsoft.
Kalshi has launched the country's first perpetual futures contract, which gives U.S. investors access to more complex trades than simple yes or no bets. Basically, it tracks the price of crypto without an end date in sight. The CFTC said today it would permit these perpetual
Palantir.
tied to Bitcoin.
Okay, that's taking a break. Palantir. Tesla, a little profit taking just now. Tesla. Okay, you can see calls falling off here.
Rescuers on scene say at least one Laos gold miner has been brought out of a flooded cave where monsoon rain trapped a group of villagers for more than a week. Rescue teams have located 5 of the 7 villagers in total who were trapped. So that's the news right now that we're watching. I'll send it back to you.
Gosh, hope they can find those other 2 contestants. Thank you. Let's get to some committee moves. Weiss, you trimmed Caterpillar.
I did, and I've been telegraphing this for a while. I wanted to get it to
Caterpillar. Yeah, that was one that looked good the other day that David had mentioned. Caterpillar. Okay, that's down at the low here. I'm looking for an opportunity. I do like Caterpillar. I don't know if I'm going to buy it here, though. Caterpillar. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at the sectors. Materials look okay. Metals and mining. I bought some call flies on XME.
You've also bought more Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yes.
Simultaneously?
Yes. No, not simultaneously. It was different days, actually. But Dick's reported a quarter, which I thought was pretty good. Actually, they did show some continued issues with margins at Foot Locker and that influencing it. I think those will take care of themselves. They're excellent operators. To me, I think the stock's, very reasonably valued, if not inexpensive, and has a moat around its business. They are unique and it's a destination place to go. They continue to improve the store format to make it much more of a destination. So I like this, and I think the stock's going to do quite well.
Sticking with retail.
Okay, I'm currently on my trading account. I'm currently 47% cash. I keep reducing my exposure. I want to get to 50% cash by the end of the day, if I'm allowed to. My reasoning, I've been talking about for the last few weeks. Every week that we put in another week without a pullback, I am reducing exposure in my short-term trading account. Every week that we move higher without a minor little pullback or consolidation, I'm concerned that we'll give back some of the profits we made over the last 9 weeks. So I don't want to do that. So I want to reduce my exposure, stay involved, but get to at least 50% by the end of today. And we'll figure out what we're going to do next week. Trading account, my long-term account, I haven't done anything with. I'm probably going to add some IGV to my portfolio. Other than that, haven't made much of a change there. SPXL. one of my larger positions, SPXL, continues doing very well. Additional SCHD. I got some SCHD. Of course, you know I got TRBCX. TRBCX. This looks really good. Okay, so TRBCX continues to climb. Okay, I think there's a VGAFX. Market got no VJ. I know RGAFX. It's very similar to TRBCX. These are long-term funds. Okay, we started getting into these back in 22. Back at the end of the bear market, 22. These are up a lot. These are up over almost 200%. Okay, so these are major positions in my long-term account. TRBCX. Okay, here's TRBCX. All right, you can see it's up 182% since the 22 low. No reason to do anything with this other than to adjust every once in a while. It'll drop below the 10 EMA like it did back in February. That's where we adjusted the last time. And then added back once we move back above the 10 EMA. TRBCX.
People are becoming concerned that growth and the high multiple might be in jeopardy.
Okay, 184% off of that low.
Special dividend. Every couple years they pay $10-15 a share. So I'm hanging on a little bit with the hope that gets announced at some point, maybe in the next quarter or two.
Yeah, that's a good point. Those special dividends are becoming increasingly rare.
Okay.
As well.
So long as it stays above the 10 EMA, we're fine. Haven't done anything with this one.
This video, I tell you, we'll bring you the latest on that story and the impacts it's having on one committee name. Halftime is back into you.
Adobe continues. Wow, Adobe is just killing it. Adobe is killing it. Hard to sell, hard to reduce your exposure when the markets are just continuing to expand. Unrelenting. Here, this is crazy, right? Look at Adobe. Adobe's nuts. Okay. Look at Adobe. Going again. All right. CRM. Going again. All right. Apple's starting to turn. All right. If you liked Apple earlier, I got some Apple earlier. Not a great entry. Better entry with RSI oversold. Okay. Got a higher low. 310 stop. It's only $1.50 now. Above that level, you could put a stop underneath 310.75. All right, make it about $1 stop. Looking for $2 upside. We can get $2 out of Apple for sure. 50 delta call. You make 2 points on a 50 delta call. That's going to make you $100. So you got 5 of those. That's $500 a day. $500 a day averages out to about $10,000 a month. $120,000 a year just for paying attention. Provided everything goes right, of course. That never happens. We know that never happens. We always get the ones that don't work. Apple's won today already. All right, so we're looking for this to run back up. I don't want to get shaken out because Apple's been very strong. And why do I want to hold on to Apple even though it dipped a little bit? Well, stochastics is embedded. So that tells me stock prices are most likely going to stay in the upper half of the daily range. Will it happen today? Pretty good odds. Feels like everything is going to blow up towards the end of the day. Here goes Apple starting to turn. So closing the upper half of the daily range would mean it's going to be up above 312. Is it a guarantee? No, but when everything sets up properly and the momentum is clearly bullish like it is with the markets right now, then you want to pay attention. Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I have something sitting on the stove. So I'll be right back.
read exactly this. Quote, the Times, 03 January 2009, Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. That was the headline from the front page of the Times of London that morning. A real newspaper, a real headline. The British government had just bailed out the banking system 3 months earlier in October of 2008 with a £500 billion rescue package. The January 3rd headline was about a second round being needed because the first one had not worked. So when Satoshi quoted that headline, the message was unmistakable. They did it once, now they were doing it again. This was exactly what he was building against. And he made sure that the very first transaction, the very first block of Bitcoin's existence was timestamped with that headline. Permanently, forever, on every single copy of the Bitcoin blockchain in the world. Just stop and think about what that actually means. The founder of Bitcoin could have put anything in there, a poem, a quote, a philosophical statement, a signature, literally anything. And instead he chose a newspaper headline about bank bailouts. Which means Bitcoin's birth certificate, the actual founding document of the entire system, is by design a permanent middle finger pointed directly at the central banking system. It is not subtle, it is not metaphorical. It is right there included forever. And anyone who runs a Bitcoin node anywhere in the world is technically hosting a copy of that headline. It is the most successful piece of protest art in human history. And it got even better, because there's one more detail in the Genesis block that almost nobody talks about. The 50 Bitcoin that Satoshi mined when he was rewarded for the first block, by a quirk of the code, those 50 coins were never really spent. They're locked. Forever. Whether Satoshi did it on purpose, whether it was an accident he chose not to fix, nobody knows. As if to say, this was not about the money. This was never about the money. And he made the point with the very first coins he ever created. This tells you everything you need to know about why Bitcoin exists. It wasn't created so people could buy Bitcoin. It wasn't created so traders could speculate. It was created as a direct, deliberate, intentional response to a financial system that had just demonstrated to anyone willing to look that it was rigged in favor of the people running it. Bitcoin was the exit, and Satoshi made sure the exit was stamped with the reason it was legal. And let me tell you about Satoshi himself, because the founder's story is just as remarkable as the founding itself. We still really have no idea who Satoshi Nakamoto is. None. 17 years later, after every journalist, every cryptography expert, every linguist, every government agency, every well-funded investigation, every podcast theorist, nobody knows. The name was obviously a pseudonym. Could have been one person, could have been a group, could have been a man, could have been a woman. Could have been American, British, Japanese, European. Every theory has been investigated, and every theory has been wrong. And did you notice this? For about 2.5 years, in late 2008 and the spring of 2011, Satoshi was very active. He wrote thousands of forward-facing emails. He corresponded with early developers who joined the project. He patiently answered questions, fixed bugs, refined the code, defended the design choices. By all accounts, of people who interacted with him, he was absolutely brilliant, polite, and almost obsessively focused on getting the protocol right. And then, on April 23rd, 2011, he sent his final known email to a developer named Lightbird. And the email said, and I quote him directly, "I moved on to other things. It's in good hands with Gavin and everyone." And then he disappeared. He hasn't spoken since. Not once. Not under his own pseudonym, not under any pseudonym anyone has ever verified, not anywhere. He just walked away. Here's the most extraordinary detail. In the early days of Bitcoin, when almost nobody was mining, Satoshi mined a lot of Bitcoin himself, just by being there, just by being the only one running the software for stretches of time. And researchers through a forensic pattern in the early blockchain called the Satoshi pattern have estimated that Satoshi mined approximately 1.1 million Bitcoin in those early years. Roughly 22,000 blocks, about 5% of all the Bitcoin that will ever exist. But here's the part that gets me. When Satoshi walked away in April of 2011, those coins were worth almost nothing. Bitcoin was trading for a couple of dollars at the time. He didn't walk away from a fortune, he walked away from a project. The fortune came later. As Bitcoin grew, those coins became worth thousands, then millions, then billions. Today, at current prices, that pile of coins is worth somewhere over $100 billion. It would make Satoshi one of the wealthiest people on the planet. And those coins are sitting in known Bitcoin addresses on the public blockchain, traceable by literally anyone. And in 15 years, not a single one has ever moved, not one. So Satoshi has had access to what is now 9, 10, 11 figures of personal wealth, but has never touched anything. Never spent it, never sold a single coin, never even moved it to a different address. Just left it there. Frozen. As if to say, this was never about the money. He said it with the first 50 coins in the Genesis block, and he said it every day since, with his silence and his stillness, for 15 years and counting. Think about what that signals. From almost every other major technology in the last 50 years as a founder who stays never. Apple has Jobs, Microsoft has Gates, Amazon has Bezos, Facebook has Zuckerberg. The founder becomes the brand, the founder cashes in. The founder writes the memoirs, takes the credit, without exception. Satoshi did not. He built the most important monetary technology in 500 years, and he walked away from wealth, the fame, and credit. All of it. He chose anonymity over billions. He chose disappearance over influence. He chose the protocol over the personality. And here's why that actually matters. And this is the part most people miss when they get hung up on the mystery of who Satoshi is. Disappearance is not a side effect. It's one of the most important features of Bitcoin itself. Because every other system you can think of, like a leader, CEO, or a central authority, a basically be subpoenaed, pressured, threatened, bribed, killed, or simply convinced to change the rules. Every system has a point of failure that is ultimately human. The leader gets compromised, the board goes badly, the CEO sells out, the founder gets in. But Satoshi removed himself from the equation. By disappearing completely, voluntarily, permanently, he made Bitcoin limitless. There's nobody subpoenaed, nobody pressured, nobody threatened, nobody convinced. The protocol just runs. The rules just work. And no human being on earth, including the person who invented it, has the authority to change it. There's never been a major financial system in history that had no one in charge. Not one. Imagine if the dollar had no Federal Reserve chairman. Imagine if the global banking system had no central bankers, no treasury secretaries, no presidents of major banks, nobody to call when the system needed to be tweaked or rescued or rigged. Well, that's what Bitcoin is. The first piece of monetary infrastructure on Earth where there's structurally nobody to capture. And Satoshi's disappearance is what made that possible. Because if he had stayed, if he had become the public face, given interviews, taken speaking gigs, written the books, accepted the awards, Bitcoin would have a king. And every king eventually gets a crown stolen, or sells within the kingdom, or compromises with the empire he was trying to escape. By vanishing, Satoshi made sure that never happened. And it is really simple, the most selfless and strategic reforming acts in the history of any movement. Imagine inventing the most important thing of your century and then handing it to the world without a price tag, without a byline, without an ego, without a single dollar collected for yourself. Imagine the discipline of mining 1 million coins of your own creation, watching them eventually become worth over $100 billion, never spending a cent of it, just to make a point. That is the founder, that is the origin, that is the movement. So let me bring this all the way home, because when you look at Bitcoin today, the price charts, ETFs, Wall Street firms now selling it to their clients, the political conversations around it, the trillions of dollars of value it now represents, it's easy to lose sight of what it actually is. It is easy to think of it as just another asset, just another investment, just another thing to speculate on. But it is not. It is the only money in human history deliberately designed by an anonymous founder who walked away from what became a fortune in the middle of the worst financial crisis in 80 years with a permanent inscription in its very first transaction, reminding everyone who would ever use it exactly why it was necessary. It was built in the middle of a bailout. It was described with the headline of that bailout. Its founder vanished, so it could never be captured by people who took the bailout out. Every single design decision, every line of the original protocol, every choice the founder made was aimed at one outcome. A money that could not be controlled, abused, frozen, or rewritten by the institutions whose failures had made it necessary. And 17 years later, the protocol still runs. The supply schedule has held exactly as designed. The cap of 21 million coins remains absolutely intact. Block 0 still sits there with the Times headline embedded inside it, immutable on every node on Earth. The 50 coins from that first block still sit there too, permanently frozen. This $100 billion still sits untouched in addresses everyone can see and no one can move. The next time somebody dismisses Bitcoin as a fad or a gamble or a meme or some kind of internet curiosity, remember the origin. Remember what the founder put inside the very first block. Remember what he walked away from. And remember that the most important monetary invention since the printing press was born on a Halloween, launched in the middle of a global bailout, and gifted to humanity by a
you in and out quickly. Named the #1 quick lube for customer service line forms. Visit PIOC.com for locations and coupons.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. This is the Curiosity Box, a team and a community that designs, develops, and makes curiosities that go further than anything there is or ever has.
Okay, Apple, no follow through yet. Intel trying to turn. Intel looking good off the low. All right, 1248.
Dell and all the adjacent hardware stocks. And then down market a little bit, you get every single day it seems there's a little bit of a mini spurt in whether it's, talk about the space stock. They were up huge earlier this week. Drone stocks, quantum on a given day. I don't know if anybody's noticed BlackBerry's up 50% in the last week or so. Robinhood is up
Yeah, we noticed.
like old news and vibes as far as I can tell. So you have a lot of this kind of spicy mix going on in the market, but in aggregate, it's actually staying controlled. It's actually just kind of rotational. The S&P 500 is in this relatively methodical uptrend. So for now, I think we're okay. I would argue that we're kind of being held in check from true broad-based kind of silliness and euphoria by the fact that we still don't have final resolution on Iran. Maybe that's going to be the occasion for either a sell the news or some kind of radical rotation out of leadership tech and into cyclicals. And also what you guys were just talking about, I think the chatter around these IPOs mostly being liquidity events and whether the system can accommodate them and all the maneuverings around them, I almost feel like that's sort of contributing to a wall of worry as opposed to getting people really revved up. But look, we'll see. We don't always have to get to full silly before the risk reward turns down.
Definitely don't need to get to full silly. We'll see what happens, Mike Santoli. Thank you. Halftime will be
All right, I'm going to add to Intel down here. I'm going to add to Intel. Let's see if I can get this a little bit. All right. 265, add at 265. All right, I added to 130, 140 call spreads on Intel at the low for July. Starting to turn here a little bit. Let's see. Intel. Okay, let's see what Intel can do. Positive gamma. Okay. All right, Adobe is flattening out at the highs. I took a little bit off of that. IGB, I took some of that off. Approaching 47, right at 47% cash, trying to get to 50% by the end of the day. I just added some Intel, so that brings me back a little bit. Intel is more of a longer term trade, July, looking at July, maybe August. It's been consolidating for the past 3 weeks, so just below the highs that I put in at 135. I'm looking to buy the dip. HPE, HPQ, both of those are looking really nice. HPE. Okay. HPE. Yeah, all of these tech stocks look good. Up at the highs. CRM at highs. Nike coming off the low. Nike coming off the low. Maybe Nike gets something going here. Nike. Okay, it's above the 50-day. Nike looking at the 1-minute chart. Let's look at junk bonds. Jamie talking risk. Let's see what junk looks like. A measure of risk appetite. All right, turning back up. Junk bonds. Let's look at bonds. There we go. Junk and our indicators. RSI rising. Okay, junk looks bullish. Okay, junk is rising. That looks good. IWM, IBB. Okay, IBB is rising. All right, that looks pretty good. Let's look at IBB and XBI. IBB, bullish. This is what you want to see. If you're an equity trader, you want XBI, IBB, IWM, junk bonds, Bitcoin. Higher, you want the 10-year moving lower. You want advanced decline to be moving higher. XBI. XBI looks good. You could sell credit spreads on XBI, put credits, or even iron condors on this one. It's probably not going to get much beyond 140. Bollinger Bands are fairly wide. All right, so you got that. You got crude oil moving lower. That's bullish for equities. Bitcoin's flat to lower. That's not good. So we got one indicator that's not cooperating. We got advanced decline at highs. You can see that advanced decline is up there near 7,000. Advanced decline rising, and you got the 10-year dropping. So this is all good for now. That said, long-term stuff I'm fine with. Short-term, I'm just taking some money off, thinking rotation maybe Micron and the chips and the memory companies, maybe they see a little profit taking. I don't know. I mean, it's very strong. So, you want to keep some exposure. But you could very clearly see IGV software has caught a bid over the last several weeks, and it continues. It went right through the 200-day today on above average volume, thanks to Microsoft and Oracle breaking out of consolidation. I mean, this is very clear to me. Team Atlassian, software, these are all breaking out. SoFi, some of the lenders, the fringe lenders, they do a lot of lending to college students. Among others, I started seeing advertisements for real estate, other kind of taxes, other kind of investment ideas with SoFi. All right, but that definitely got a big push here on SoFi. We have a pretty decent sized position. I would say it's quarter size. I got 10 calls right now. I want to have at least, say, 50 over the next several weeks. SoFi, the reason being is this large position that Susquehanna and BlackRock have, right? So they have a very large position. Let me just go here. Please update the BlackRock and Susquehanna positions in SoFi as of Friday, May 29. Let's see what this comes back with. Now, you have to do your own research, but I like to use Gemini for most of my queries, all right, during the trading day using BlackRock. Just ask it simple stuff, right? Okay, so here we go. All right, so we know that BlackRock and Susquehanna have, okay, so they got 4 million shares. BlackRock has 69 million shares. Overall, institutional ownership of SoFi has surged, has turned highly active over the last month, while long-duration quant desks like Cube Research and market liquidity routers like Jane Street aggressively scaled up their raw stock accumulation during the Q1 window. All right, Jane Street has been getting a lot of good press. You might want to do a little research on your own. Search up Jane Street. I would just go into Gemini and say, give me some links to research on Jane Street, YouTube videos, reputable YouTube videos and such, because they are doing really well. And I think they're using a lot of AI over at Jane Street. Yeah, we'd definitely be watching this one. SoFi.
IGV is broken above its 200-day at 98. I think the software space continues to go higher.
Kevin, sorry. NVIDIA, the earnings were fantastic. The stock sold off at 22 times forward earnings. I still like it here.
All right, Carrie.
It's 1 o'clock.
Great minds there, Brent. Microsoft is my name. It's less than a market multiple and it's breaking out. And Weiss.
If you're a dog lover, as I am, I would buy Alibaba. I mean, it just hasn't been working all that well. I think it's
He's a dog. He's buying Alibaba because it's a dog. That's pretty funny. Weiss is funny from time to time. All right, Alibaba just continues to move lower. What was it, Baidu, you were looking at before, David? Baidu? B-I-D-U. I don't know. I haven't had much luck with these Chinese stocks. Have much better luck with Microsoft and Apple and Tesla and NVIDIA, Amazon, Google. All of these are taking a break right now. SoFi.
growth since returning to the public markets back in 2018.
SoFi looks really good. SoFi. Really, really good. SoFi at the high of the day. I can't do anything else with SoFi at the high of the day. But next week, maybe we'll do something.
Then Dell decided to reposition itself with what it already owned, which is tons of infrastructure. Rather than chase AI models or try to launch a chip, they served them, and that has paid off with gains of 740% over the past 3 years. Brings us to last night. Its impressive quarter across the board now has analysts scrambling to catch up. More than 7 price target hikes today. Susquehanna, the standout, going to 700. The shares are at 408 and outperform from 138 and hold. Even the president, we know, has expressed his love for Dell. Take a listen.
I want to thank the Dell family. It's a great family. He is amazing. She is amazing. They've done such a job on that. They put up a lot of money too. Put up $6,250,000,000. That's somebody. And he started making computers on his bed in college and selling them because they were better than other computers. And I said, how did you do that? He said, well, I did it and I just never stopped. It just kept going. So go out and buy a Dell. They're great.
Well, the president practicing what he was preaching there. Joining me now is Wamsi Mohan, senior IT hardware analyst at BofA Securities. Wamsi, you were bullish going into these earnings. Are you as impressed as everybody else by that?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Kelly. Absolutely. Look, we were out in Asia meeting the supply chain back in March, and we came back with a very high conviction that indeed the AI demand is very strong. The build plans are extremely robust. And we took our numbers up for AI servers to $60 billion yesterday. And, so we were reflecting that in our numbers. What surprised us was the strength in the rest of the business outside of AI servers, which I think was very, very impressive. The total revenue numbers went up to $27 billion, $10 billion of that was AI servers, $17 billion of that was the rest of the portfolio. And this is what I think is super important to understand, is that this company is just an execution machine. Management has done an incredible
SoFi.
extremely tough supply chain conditions to procure memory, to procure chips, and
All right, SoFi. What do I want to do with you, SoFi? SoFi. This is going to be a long-term trade, like Oracle. Oracle, SoFi. We got a few of these long-term plays.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point that, the rest of the hardware space is also rallying along with Dell. And we've had other companies report as well over the last 2 weeks.
Probably the next couple of weeks going to be good for SoFi.
Very robust. So hyperscale demand obviously has been very strong. We've seen that in the CapEx numbers. Tier 2 CSP numbers have also been strong. Now enterprise is finally catching up to the AI play. And this is happening because agentic is starting to take hold. And as you see that, enterprise spending is not only strong, but they are absorbing these price increases that are unprecedented. We haven't seen something like this in a very long period of time, where pricing could be up 50, 60, 70%. And yet the demand destruction that people thought might happen is just not visible today, right? So as we think about the demand for the rest of 2026, it was very robust. Some of that might be getting pulled in from 27. But given that we're in such an inflationary environment, we might actually go through parts of 47 with very strong demand as well. And that's what Dell's results tell us. So we think the backdrop for spending is extremely resilient. Enterprises are willing to spend to secure supply. There is fear of continued price escalation given what's happening in the memory complex. And all of this put together tells you that the backdrop in the near term is extremely strong.
It'd be fun to go back and look at the charts and say, okay, when NVIDIA first had those blowout quarters, the incredible growth, the beats and raise. Then you go back to the last couple of quarters here with the memory names. Incredible growth, the beats and raise, all of that, right? Now it's the hardware names. Incredible growth we're starting to see. Who else do you think could be the next? We all want to catch the next wave, Wamsi. Is it Dell? Who else in your space?
Yeah, our space is seeing massive inflows. And this is happening for a variety of different reasons, right? Semis have done extremely well, and a lot of portfolio managers
managers are hitting thresholds of how much concentration of semis they can hold. So at that point, you got to diversify into other spaces, and hardware is one of those where you can play the same memory theme. This is getting illustrated when you look at a Dell, a HPE, a NetApp. You can look at Pure Storage. You can look at Everpure now. You can look at Seagate. You can look at Western Digital. So the entire hardware space is really seeing a resurgence, and you've seen these in the reaction of these stock price moves, which have been quite astounding in the 23 years that we've covered these stocks. There hasn't been a similar time like this.
Wow, in the 23 years you've been covering these stocks, there isn't a similar time. Could we get a couple more quarters that look like this, or no?
Oh, absolutely. We're going to see very strong positive estimate revisions continue over here. The magnitude and rate of
Your lunch is, that's a nice shirt. Where'd you get that?
In my closet. There's a timer going off.
Very nice.
There's a timer going off.
Oh, yeah. Which one?
All of them.
Serve yourself. The pork the sliced pork is in the oven. That's you. And just take some of the rice that's in the microwave and pour the black beans on it. All right.
And then as you look at the rest of hardware, if Agentic really takes a foothold over here in the enterprise, you could see really strong estimate revisions where you see 20-30% type of estimate revisions in these stocks. So yeah, very much so. We think that for the next several quarters, this is a very interesting thing to watch.
The rotation is fascinating. You also cover Apple, and there was a note from New Street out today where they think we're going to look at double-digit percentage declines in iPhone sales.
Let's see, SoFi, just hanging out at the highs.
They think this is not fully appreciated. So I know you also, you still have a buy on Apple. Obviously, it's a great company, but is that telling us something where, memory pricing is now a constraint on iPhone sales? The semi trade is going to kind of run out of steam. Hardware is starting to perk up. And those of you who are looking at the results are saying, this perk is justified. This isn't an overreact. These are not getting meme stocked.
Yeah, look, on Apple, right? Like, we're extremely bullish on Apple for a variety of different reasons. First of all, we think that we're ahead of a really strong iPhone cycle. Like, the 17 cycle is strong. The 18 cycle is going to be very strong, too. And I'm not just talking about the big shift that's going to happen. This year, we're going to have a staggered launch of iPhones where the first half of the launch cycle is going to see the Pro, the Pro Max, and the foldable phone. And the foldable is going to have north of a $2,000 ASP. So if you just look at the ASPs alone of these, they are going to go up, partly in response to memory, but partly because of the value that they provide, right? So when you put that all together, you're going to get double-digit revenue growth on iPhone as a portfolio on top of a very strong 17 cycle. So net-net, we actually think that we're very well positioned for Apple to continue to benefit. And the agentic point that I was making on hardware before, that is going to be the next real evaluation driver for Apple, because we're still in very, very early in agentic smartphone adoption. And as that really picks up, we think that there's really significant opportunity for Apple to expand both its presence, market share, as well as capture the incremental TAM that is built on top of the value chain that today they don't have access to. They capture only digital goods and services, a little bit of take rate on that today. When you open the market up to entire physical goods and services, that TAM really starts to explode about 10 times larger. So it's $1 trillion plus TAM that Apple's going to get exposure to in agentic, and we're very bullish about that.
Well, I'm glad I asked because that is a stronger take and maybe justifies the 10-week win streak they've been on with a 25% gain in that time in the face of what on paper would look like a tough environment with memory pricing and all the rest of it. I'm excited for the foldable phone. I hope you're right about that. Wamsi, thanks very much. Really appreciate it. Wamsi Mohan joining us from Bank of America there today. Let's broaden it out to the broader markets, which, despite these records, our next guest is finding himself less bullish due to monetary and fiscal policy, which he says are becoming a little bit less favorable here. Let's bring in Barry Knapp. He's Director of Research at Ironsides Macroeconomics. You're not excited about the foldable iPhone, Barry?
I don't know. My son's got a foldable Samsung, but doesn't really appeal to me. But the tech story's pretty amazing. Best quote I've seen recently was from a friend of mine this morning, who's an ex-tech banker who rode the wave in the 90s and on, and said, know, the story in 1999 was companies with a PowerPoint and a dream, right? This isn't that. You know, these are companies making.
All right, so apparently Jamie Dimon is saying that SoFi is cutting into their business. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon said this morning that SoFi is taking a slice of JP Morgan business. Cool.
I think I stole that from someone on CNBC somewhere, but nevertheless,
we try to provide value, but that kind of captures what I was saying earlier with this. When you go back and look at the charts, you look at this NVIDIA, let's call it an earnings bubble. The only problem with bubble is it implies it's going to pop. Call it, the earnings bubble starts there. Then it goes to the chips and memory. Now we're seeing it in hardware. And the reason why I find it fascinating to dwell on all of this is this feels like the business cycle right now. So I just wanted to note your caution about a lot of this because this has really powered us forward.
Yeah, I just actually finished up a note in my editing of it for this week where I'm really trying to make the point that this is going to be a capex driven cycle like the 90s, and I've got cyclical reasons to believe that consumer facing companies are going to continue to struggle for the next couple of quarters. Things like earnings revisions, the adverse aggregate demand shocks that have put so much pressure on profit margins. But there's an argument that this is going to continue through the entire business cycle. And it brings up some pretty fascinating implications. I mean, you hear all the time, well, the consumer's resilient. Well, not really. Goods consumption was over 4% when President Trump was inaugurated. It's now 1.2%. Last quarter, we got a 1.4% contribution from CapEx and only a 90 basis point contribution from consumption. That's to GDP, even though consumption is 4.5 times as big as CapEx. And I don't see any, reason why this momentum is going to slow anytime soon. I've got a number
Snowflake. Ooh, Snowflake turning back up. Do I want to do something with Snowflake? Ooh, this looks so good. Snowflake. You know what? I'm going to do a quick trade on Snowflake. Snowflake. Looks like it wants to go. Snowflake. I'll give myself a little bit more time. Go to next week. Okay, I'll do a spread real quick. Got 50-cent spread between these. 250. 250, 255. 250, 255.
So my caution is really about the only effective diversification hedge for equity investors right now.
All right, Snowflake 250, 255. We'll see if we get how we do with this for next week.
Consumer staple stocks. You don't diversify by buying consumer discretionary companies or healthcare companies where revisions are going down, margins are going down, and it's just not an effective diversifier. So with that in mind, given the volatility of the tech sector, just the fact that this could always have a drawdown, the only real hedge against it is cash. So that's really the caution.
Right. So, I mean, it's tough to sit out a market environment like this. I remember we were talking with a friend a couple of years back, maybe a year or two back, and he had been pretty bullish on the S&P, and he's been in the market a long time. And he said, no, I think 5,000 is next, and us younger, really, I don't know. We're at 7,500, Barry. We're talking about people are taking their 7,800, 8,000, and this is built on the back of earnings numbers that we haven't seen ever, except for coming out of a recession or basically in the late 90s.
Yeah, but the divergence is really sharp. Like I looked at next quarter's earnings contributions to growth, right? So earnings are expected to be
Snowflake looking good.
$1 billion or so next quarter. 60% of that is tech. 80% of it is energy. The staples and discretionary sectors are adding 2% each, and healthcare is going to subtract 5%. Right? So, this is a market where, again, to my earlier point, you can't diversify by buying these out of favor sectors.
All right, Snowflake been very active.
Story behind them whatsoever, and they're struggling with the Fed's unbalanced monetary policy, tight rate policy, easy balance sheet policy. they're struggling with those adverse aggregate demand shocks, energy prices raising cost of goods sold, tariffs raising cost of goods sold. That stuff's not going away until September at the earliest from a cyclical perspective. And maybe that's going to be the trend for the whole cycle. So, here we are, that theme is tough, right? People ask, your producer.
Okay, here goes Snowflake.
And, I've got some investors that are benched to the S&P and others that aren't.
250. All right, we're in the money already.
Services, but it's an underweight because being market weight is almost reckless.
Hedge flows. Okay, Mondo, here you go. Hedge flows. Let's see. S&P. Kind of flat to sideways at the moment. Let's see. I don't think this is accurate today, Mondo, to be honest with you. It's hard to say what this is doing because that line just, here's the open, and it's just, wait a minute, that's 11 o'clock. What's going on here? Oh, you know why? This is stuck all the way on the left. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. We're stuck at the open. Duh. Okay, so I'm glad you asked me, Mondo. All right, here we go. All right, hedge flows looking good. Hedge flows are rising. Price is just sitting here. It's possible that we could see this 99 percentile at 76.05. 76.05. Snowflake. Okay, Snowflake. Snowflake looks good. Hedge flows look good. Tesla looking for the bounce, ABCD pattern, maybe higher lows for sure, higher lows. Microsoft bouncing, Apple making a new low. Apple making a new low. No follow through on SoFi yet. Okay, SoFi. Okay, Nike coming off the low. Nike's still trying to do something here. Okay, so Nike. SoFi rising a bit. Okay. All right, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
months now. We don't really talk about it on the show, but you may have seen it in the New York Post or all over your Twitter feed. Basically, there's a former banker, JP Morgan, named Shirayu Rama, and he sued the bank and a former colleague, Nora Hajjini, accusing her of allegedly drugging and sexually assaulting him for a long period of time. She has countersued. JP Morgan also said that this did not happen. This is a complete fabrication. So this is what the court system. This week brought another twist when his lawyer, Rana's lawyer, Daniel Kaiser, just resigned from his position and said, I'm gone. We don't know exactly why, but then the judge was like, actually, if you stay on.
Okay, so software stocks continue to show strength. Oracle, ORCX, Pfizer. Nothing doing on Pfizer, right? Shopify. Was Shopify? That was something we mentioned yesterday, right? Shopify. Let's see. View trades. Shopify. That was yesterday. Yesterday at 349. Very curious. Shopify. Okay, that's much higher today. Shopify. Did you take Shopify yesterday? Anybody? That's looking good. I should have gone bigger, I guess. The reasoning I took it and didn't take a normal size position is because I wanted to scale into it and see how it would do. We were talking about the 50-day moving average. Shopify back above the 50-day now. All right, yesterday was the first entry. That's why we did it. We wanted to see if this would follow through. If it got above the 50-day, the idea was that I would add another 5 or 10 calls, and that's what I'll do. I don't know how I'm going to do it today. This is up, so this is looking good. I'll just carry it over until next week. Shopify. Shop looks good. Shop looks real good, actually. If we can just get Apple and Microsoft to bounce a little more, Apple. Apple. Intel doing nothing at the moment. Adobe taking off to the highs again. Adobe. Nice move on Adobe today. Just continues to ramp higher. Can't chase it up here. It's compelling, but you buy it up here, and an hour from now you watch, and it's like down here somewhere. Not saying that's going to happen, but because software is very, very supportive today. Microsoft, even though it's not at the high of the day, it's been doing well. Oracle, same thing. All the software stocks look good. Oracle looks like it wants to keep going. I've been adding to ORCX during the day. So I've been taking some things off and adding some things back. All right, so let me tell you what I've taken off so far. Filled orders. I took off some ServiceNow. I reduced my exposure in Adobe, reduced my exposure in IGV. The reasoning behind the IGV, I know, Frano, you're in this too, but what I'm doing is I'm shifting from my short-term account, trading account, and I'm starting to add more IGV into my long-term investment account because software has probably got another maybe 6 months to a year, I think, in this trend. I think you would probably agree. I know you've gotten some of your friends in IGV. Adobe, I took some profits there. ORCX, I added some. Zscaler, I added some. Let's look at Zscaler. Zscaler, okay, off the low, but not at the high right now. Zscaler. Okay, my reasoning here is that Palo Alto's like gone ballistic. PANW. CrowdStrike, these are breaking out. These security stocks, software. And Zscaler hasn't participated. Well, it's sort of participated. It gapped down on earnings. I do have July calls. I added to July calls that are just above this level at 150. Let's see, what did I add here? Zscaler, I added 140, 150. So just out of the money, 50 deltas for July, 140, 150. And I have some additional July calls that are up here at, what is it, 180 or whatever. So Zscaler, I expect that to continue to go. What else did I do? What else? I did Apple. I did NVIDIA. Took some profits in NVIDIA. Yeah, I took profits in the 213, 215s. That wasn't a very big trade. It just, those odd number options don't always work that well because people aren't really bidding on them. Like if you get something like a 270, 250, I'd rather buy a 270, 275 spread rather than a 270, 270, 250. They got those half increments positions sometimes. They don't seem to work as well. Whenever I buy something like a 270, 270, 250 call spread looking for upside, never works. It's better to go 270, 280 if I want more upside potential, 270, 275. So I'll go $5 increments usually. Sometimes I'll go 20, depends on the trend. Like IGV, I wouldn't mind doing like, let me look at IGV. I wouldn't mind doing like a $20 spread on this one, or just go straight calls in my investment account. So IGV, I have the 100 110s. I still have those. I took half off. So this is showing such strength. Look at the volume. Yeah, this looks really good. This is actually, for the last 3 or 4 weeks, we've been looking for this kind of a move. So it kind of sucks to have to take some profits off in the strength, but this is an expansion day. We broke out above this range. Pretty obvious where we broke out. Maybe not so obvious, but we had this range here, right? We had the 9 and 21 day doing this. Then the 50 day decided to join the party. Then this week we broke out here. Okay. So when I say it's obvious, maybe it's not obvious. That pivot right there that we took out yesterday, that was the tell that we were probably going to break out today. So I took half of my 100 110s off. I'll keep the rest, see how far this goes, and see if we can't get the 110. But I have a 100. I got a $10 spread here. So what I might do, I'll just keep a $10 spread for now because of the ATR. ATR is only, what is that? ATR is like almost $3. So every 2 days we're looking for $5 at least. $10 by the end of the week. So I'll go with the $10 spread. Does that make any sense? Okay, this is right about $2.50. Let's just say $2.50. So every 2 days, you're probably going to get maybe $5 in a bullish trend like this. So by the end of the week, we should see at least $10. So I like to take a spread of $10 to account for that. I don't want to overpay, and I could just go straight calls, but that's more expensive. If I've confused everybody, I'm not surprised. Basically, $2.50 times 4 for the week. I know it's 5 days in a week. I'm just saying I don't usually look at Friday because Friday I'm thinking about taking profits off in the strength. So $5, $10 for the week. I take a $10 spread. That's it. I know it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to some people, but it makes sense to me, and it works 90% of the time or better. Depends on, if you have a 9-week rally like we have right now. I just getting a little bit antsy, a little cautious. I've been a little cautious since week number 6. So I keep saying that like it's something new. All right, Team Atlassian just keeps going here. All right, so let me save this IGV. Okay. Team Atlassian, this one we pointed out yesterday. Team along with Shopify. All right, here's Team. Okay, I also have 110 spread here. Okay, so similar idea. This is $5 to $6. So because it was consolidating, I was looking for at least a $10 move during the week. It never came. We just kept consolidating. So now it's starting to work. 100, 110 call on Team Atlassian. So this looks good. Team. Okay, team is up really big. Really big. So and usually when I start a new position, I'll scale in. So with this one, I have 10 calls. I would love to have like 25, 30 calls on this one because it's just now starting to break. And it's got this big bullish move setting up. Look at the weekly. Tell me that isn't a beauty. Team Atlassian, if it gets anywhere near 50%, you're talking about $1,000% move in your options. So this is this is a good example of one that I would go with a $20 spread. Okay. So the next trade I might do something like 110, 130, something like that. And I might do a laddered approach. I might do 110, 120. I might do a 120, 140, and a 130, 150, something like that. Way out in time, like January at the earliest. Looking for this to retrace at least 50% of this. I mean, look at the move here. This should get you pretty excited. Now, you have to keep in mind also that we've been up for 9 weeks, so wouldn't be surprised to see a little consolidation. So there's no hurry to jump into Team Atlassian. It did break out today. So we can consider that, right? Okay, let me just pull this over here and that down there. Okay. Okay, that gets me excited just thinking about it. Oh, man. You know what I should do? I got another account that I want to put some money into. JP Morgan. It's my old JP Morgan private client account I still have open. What do I want to do here? Team looks good. Team.
Chad, we learned a very important lesson this week, and I'm sure you picked up on it as well. I did, and I'm sure Nancy, you guys picked up on it too. The market is now really discerning hardcore AI winners. On one hand, you have Snowflake talking about acceleration in their business because they're really full acceleration AI orders. They're having a massive guidance raise in Excel. Those stocks coming in order in big waves. And the other side of it, you have a company like Salesforce. And they were purchased $27 billion of stock, and told investors on a video podcast call, whatever they want to call it, $10 billion of annual recurring revenue for AI. They didn't care less. They didn't care less. They want clear winners. That is absolutely true. So now it's getting compute. It's getting bought here. Snowflake, that data is getting used. They have their own proprietary algorithm, their own LLM, but they're kind of agnostic to use anything.
Okay.
AI scale was about, are these intermediate companies like Snowflake, are they going to get edged out? Are they just going to get replaced by Claude itself?
Okay, let's look at hedge flows. Hedge flows are flat right now. Hedge flows are flat.
So yeah, this is an incredible story here. But here's Snowflake. This happened yesterday. Snowflake just turned positive after earnings. And I don't want to give away the number 3 ticker there. Guess what? Ford is also an AI. Well, it's an energy story. And that ties into AI. Yeah, good point. Go back to that Dow chart.
Okay, Adobe going again. Next leg higher. Okay. It's annoying to see stock continue to move higher when you're already taking profits off in the strength, but I'd rather be taking profits off in the strength and have it do what it's doing rather than turn back down. So that helps me helps me to confirm that holding half a position makes sense. Excuse me. At the same time, I'm taking profits off the table. I'm buying things that have dipped quite a bit. Some of these aren't working that well, like Apple, Intel at the moment, Apple and Intel, but majority everything else is working, so it's outweighing the bad. The good's outweighing the bad. One sec. I have, let me just get this for you, Andrew. Andrew. I think I posted it yesterday, actually. 125, 130. 125, 130. Yeah.
So this is why they can see into the future and have such strong outlook for 2027.
It is. I love having Freeman. I'll put that one too. Indeed, this might just be the year of the throwback company in the world of tech. Is Cisco and what we're seeing in Dell, are these the new best ways to play the AI boom?
It certainly feels like that. And just to take a step back and talk about that sort of comparison that we all like to do with .com, and think about the multiples these were turning at back in the .com bubble versus the multiples they're turning at now. I think it's the very tangible fundamental driver that's making this so possible. The Nasdaq Composite, 99,000 traded in the range of 150 to 200 times, and this year it's trading in the range of 25 to 35 times. So clearly, these are very important companies, but they've gotten here taking the long road to being fundamentally good and important in the artificial intelligence revolution.
All right, I've had people tell me
Cleveland Cliff. All right, thank you.
Industrials and healthcare. Like, who gives a damn? Like, who cares? When you see Dell up over 40%, I mean, AI research is
All right, Core 1M is under 7. Okay, is that right? Core 1M. Let's go take a look at Core 1M. Okay, Core 1M. Okay, Core 1M is under 7. Ooh, yeah. FYI.
Some of the multiples in storage and memory probably are getting
Jared, I want you to test your charting capabilities here. Not that I ever doubt them. The SOX index, I believe, is trading the highest level or over the 200-day moving average it has ever seen before, or relative to the .com bubble. I saw this somewhere else.
Yes, it's just out of sight. So stocks started blowing away a lot of those .com comps over a month ago, and it's only gotten stronger since then. So let's go to the Wi-Fi Interactive. I'll pull up a year-to-date of we call the Philly Semiconductor Index for the stocks. You can see it's up 83%, really exploded off those March lows. Now I'll show you a 6-year chart, and you can see, yeah, it's just going gangbusters. Now I compared the stocks, how far it is, and let me just put the moving. Let me see if I can put a 200-day moving average in there. That's going to be a week. So if I put it, here we go.
Look how smooth this guy is. Oh, you're so smooth, Jared.
Thank you. So we are, I don't know what the percentage above there, but yeah, it probably matches or exceeds what we saw back in .com. Now, I also took a look at the Internet Index, the Dow Jones Internet Computer Index, going back all the way to the mid-90s, and this serves as a good comparison. I got an article coming in over the weekend. It talks about the mix, the 1999 phenomenon, all that good stuff. But the Dow Jones Internet Index was actually up much more than the SOX is right now on a trailing year basis, on a bunch of multiple bases, on
distance from the 200-day moving average. So technically, we can get more stretched here. And as Art pointed out, Dell is up 30% today, and it just got cheaper. So, pass that to you.
Yeah, that's a lot to conceptualize on a Friday. It is, and suddenly I really got talking about Michael Alexander, so I think there's a wild price target on Sandisk.
Yeah, a huge price target out in Sandisk, and this company is it's been the #1 performer of the S&P 500 this year, or one of the top 5, I should say, along with the other memory plays. The memory play is really what's driven this, and now you are seeing everything else in the hardware space that is also going higher. But I want to mention one other point of the sauce. When we talk about these throwback companies, look at Caterpillar on the Dow. It's one of the best performers on the Dow, and Caterpillar, because it is also part of the AI trade. And with them, it's about energy, and it's about gas turbines, and it's about all the infrastructure that has to do with the energy grid and infrastructure for the AI data centers. But all of these companies that are part of the AI trade, so this is extending now beyond the memory, and memory has been, of course, the lead driver. The question now is this is all these other plays, and investors are getting into all these other areas as well.
All right, do I want to buy some puts? Do I want to buy puts? What do I want to do here? Wow.
What they reported last night. Not only because of the quarter, but also the AI backlog.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I think it naturally nailed it with saying, what's AI direct, what's AI how it can be needed. I think investors need to start broadening out their approach to investing in the artificial intelligence revolution here. But if you took all of the names, if you go through the hyperscalers, and then the direct compute providers, and then the memory players, and then the other, that list of others getting very large, and a lot of it has to do with how to get the energy that's needed here. So if you're looking to diversify your AI bucket, I would argue that looking at the energy providers and the contractors and the and there's all of the tertiary plays and the data center build up.
Or how does this impact the demand to own NVIDIA stock? In the past 2 or 3 years, this has been the primary way to play the AI boom. However, we're learning here today, Dell, name it, even a company like Cisco, that the AI infrastructure build-out is spreading very rapidly, and NVIDIA, I think we're being reminded, is not going to be the sole winner here.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, so ChatGPT rolled out.
Okay, let me buy some VIX calls. Let me go out. VIX. Let me go to July. VIX, VIX, VIX. Let me go to July. I'm going to buy some July 22nd. VIX. I'm going to go. What are the 20s going for? 20 or $2? Okay, there's a lot of people doing the same thing. A lot of people doing the same thing. The 22s are $1.77.
I truly believe this is a defining day for tech trade with these yellow belts. Big thanks to Art and Ed and Jared. Good to see you all. Great insights as always. All right, tough start to the session for Gap shares after delivered unwelcome surprise at Old Navy in the first quarter. Gap CEO Richard Dixon joins me next.
All right, bought some VIX 22s for July. All right, starting to hedge.
Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on your new 2026 Buick Encore, or lease a new 2026 GMC Canyon for just $399 a month. Your new purchase is always backed by Beach with our $1,000 low price guarantee. Shop BeachView@GMC.com, winner of the GM Market Excellence Award.
Good. Yeah, good plan, Andrew. Good plan. That's a great idea.
block internet runs with NordVPN. Get NordVPN now.
$15 a month at Mint Mobile. When I premium wireless for $15 a month, I mean, why not premium wireless for $15 a month? Who am I kidding? Premium wireless for $15 a month will always premium wireless for $15 a month. And sometimes premium wireless for $15 a month at free. No points for subtlety, right? Let's be honest. Premium wireless for $15 a month. Am I right?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to take some more stuff off here. Let me just concentrate for a few minutes. Whoa. Look at this market. This market is insane. Okay. App loving. Okay. Wow. Working orders. Do I have anything here? Okay. App loving. Okay. I'm going to take some of this off. Okay, App loving. This is fairly short-term trade. App loving. Continuation there. App. This is a 3-day swing, I guess. Could keep going, but I'm thinking the markets are just crazy at this point. Shopify. That's July. I mean, Shopify should be fine. I'm just looking anything tech. I want to make sure that I'm covering myself on this. Team at Lazian. Big move. Software should continue next week. Software is very strong. Uber is a triple bottom. That should be okay. Uber. Axon. Let me take a look at Axon. AXON. Okay, that should continue above the 50-day. All right, what's Pfizer doing? Pfizer consolidating. I'm going to take that off. It's not working. Create closing order. Okay, Pfizer. If it's not moving, I'm going to take it off. Pfizer, I'm out. Okay, so this was something we looked at yesterday. It's down a little bit, a couple of pennies from yesterday. Could break out. I'm not going to hold on to it for now. I'll look at it next week. Okay, what else? Pfizer. Yeah, Oracle looks good. NVIDIA, maybe we get something going. All right, Apple's still trailing off. Apple, not working. USARs, okay. Nokia. What's Nokia doing? Nokia consolidating up at the highs. Nokia, yeah, it's consolidating. All right, so it's starting to make a base up here. Nokia. Okay, BlackBerry. That one keeps going. That's all right. I'll leave that alone. Micron's flat. Okay, Amazon. Okay, that's kind of flat right now too. Look for that to maybe turn up end of day. Intel making a new low. Okay, Meta. All right, so
For those Old Navy dresses in the first quarter, it will probably be a much different trading session for retail icon Gap. Stock is getting smoked as fresh concern. Categories going lost here is that Gap, that division posted 10% sales increase in the quarter, and the company still managed to lift its full-year profit forecast despite the Old Navy product. This is Richard Dixon, the Gap Inc. CEO, and he joins me now. Richard, good to see you. As always, look, take me inside. What exactly happened in Old Navy?
But before we get to Old Navy, I think it's important to recognize we delivered a progress quarter, and it was across several key metrics. I mean, this is our 9th consecutive quarter of positive comp sales. 3 out of the 4 brands are growing, including Old Navy. Comps were up 2%, and that's building on 2% comp growth from last year. We overperformed on our gross margin outlook by 30 basis points. We also won across all income cohorts. We gained share, and we returned $450 million in cash to shareholders through dividends and share repurchases. So, on the whole, we really did make progress. Now, the performance at the brand level varied. And in that context, on Old Navy, we did deliver a 1% comp growth on top of last year's 3% growth. Now, that also marks the brand's 6th consecutive quarter of positive comps. So when you look at it on whole, and we look at the key categories where we continue to deliver results, active, denim, kids and baby, all of those categories posted growth versus last year and continue to build relevance with customers. We also maintained share overall, top rank in active denim, kids and baby. Now, the seasonal categories, Brian, did get off to a weaker start. In particular, dresses, where we just did not have the right fashion and value. Ultimately, this was a degree of over-investing in a category where the consumer just wasn't there. And it was a decline in the dress market. The team has moved quickly to better convert with strong prices and strong messaging to move through that merchandise. So the changes have begun to take hold. We have seen trends improve. Given the performance that we had in the first quarter, challenging season and seasonal products, we are taking a moderate view on the year, but we're driving for better results.
Where you're like, I don't want to hear about it. Old Navy all the way to Jason. That's not what I'm applying here. I know in the dress category, when you say fashion, what did that customer want? When they came to that store, what did the match up with?
So where our dress assortment did resonate within occasion dressing, okay, which has a more specific end use, Easter, weddings, and so forth. We're seeing a change in customer acceptance of dresses during key peak moments like summer Saka. Instead, they're shifting to more versatile categories and styles that ultimately can be worn year-round. And so we simply over-invested in the category in the context of where the consumer was, and we are seeing success in seasonless categories like denim, fleece, knits, active, where we delivered a 6% comp in women's year to date. So again, this is a first half season challenge in the context of our inventory. As we move to the second half, where we see strength in seasonless categories, we believe we're going to quickly recover and continue to grow.
If I read the guidance right, you are looking for better days in the quarter. When I come to Old Navy and join back to school, later in the fall, what will look different at the chain that might excite customers and help deliver on that guidance?
Look, I think when you look at our merchandising, quality of product, the value proposition, the way that we're driving in-store experiences, you really start to see the progress that we're making with sharper, more effective merchandising, strong price points, great messaging, and ultimately, what people expect in Old Navy, great value and a great product. When you come to our stores, particularly back to school, we are the family value proposition brand. We have a great experience, and we're going to have great depth and dialogue in our merchandise. We feel very confident as we head into that half.
So you haven't seen the consumer pull back at all. Wages change, everything going on in the world, gas prices, high prices, the grocery stores you made.
No, we're seeing consistency and strength in the consumer behavior. We have sustained AUR growth. We also have market share gains, which indicate on whole, again, that our product is resonating. As I said, Brian, we're winning across all income cohorts. We've got growth across low, middle, and high income customers. I think it's demonstrating the breadth and the relevance and the resilience of our portfolio. So, on whole, we see consumers steady, and we don't anticipate very much change as we continue throughout the year.
I think this double-digit growth at Gap surprised a lot of folks at the top. Is Gap now at 10% growth in the next 2 quarters?
Look, first off, thank you for calling out Gap. We feel so good about the momentum at Gap. And importantly, again, the consistency that the brand has demonstrated over time. I mean, this is our 10th consecutive quarter of positive comps, and it's not just a positive comp, it's a double-digit standout comp in the first quarter. By the way, up against 5% last year. So we're seeing the consistency and the continued momentum in Gap. We're seeing it across the women's business, and we made progress in men's. We're improving the trends in kids and baby. Overall, the category performance remains healthy, especially in denim. And I think it's a tribute to the Gap team. I mean, we're delivering disciplined, clear, consistent messaging, which is resonating with our consumers. Collaborations are driving great excitement with Gen Z, and we're maintaining that broad multi-generational appeal. So look, we're very confident in where we are with Gap. It is on the forefront of the cultural conversation as an iconic American brand. We see significant runway ahead. Great product, great storytelling, great execution. Much more to come.
But the last thing on Athleta, why is it taking so long for that to start showing positive gain? When I see the sales declines there, and it's been a time where like one of the major competitors grew, that's a freaking debacle over there. I'm sure you can follow everything that's going on in that chain for a while. Misstyles, no leadership. Like, what? If you can't turn around now, when can it turn around?
Look, we've talked about this. I mean, 2026 is the rebuild year for Athleta, and we're continuing to strengthen the brand.
Marcus is just sitting here. Hedge flows continue to fade a bit. Probably going to start heading down to this level here, around 75, 60.
But we do see similar Q2 results to Q1 with slight improvement in the back half. And overall, look, this is a top 5 ranked brand in the women's active space. It's an important brand in the industry, and it's an important brand in our portfolio that we believe in.
Richard, good to see you as always. Have a good weekend. Talk to you soon. Thanks, Brian. All right, Julie Hyman has you next on Market Cap.
Can you keep up? So apparently only a person with a brain age lower than 30 can solve this board. You solve it. Dare to try. How young is your brain? Show us your mental prowess. Champion. What's your brain age? What's your brain age?
Team considers some profit taking. Team.
This is the best idea of all the ideas.
We always prioritize each other. You can be self-sufficient, be independent, be all these things.
That's what makes it possible. This is going back to what I didn't know.
Let's see where VIX is. VIX. All right, starting to move. VIX. I bought some VIX calls down here near 1530.
of 1%. While we're here, and since it is a Friday, might as well look at the longer term trends as well. So here's the Nasdaq on the week, up about 3%. The S&P 500 up 2% on the week, and we are seeing this weekly winning streak that has persisted for the S&P 500. This might be week 9, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of how we've done. So that makes a year-to-date gain to about 11% for the S&P 500. If you look at how we've done the month of here at month end here, we get a 5% gain or so. At the same time, though, we have seen stocks continue their march upward. We have seen rates peak and then moderate to some extent. Peak above 5.5%, now we're just below it on the 10-year note. As we know, that's been something that has been in focus. And then we might look at oil. I feel like those are three aspects that we're focused on lately: stocks, treasuries, and oil. So here's oil, and the decline that we've seen after its peak above 105, and now we've fallen to below 90 as there are still more talks ongoing, seemingly over a more lasting ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. But let's get back to today, right? Because we do have yet another day of big gains for tech. The XLK of 2.5% today, and everything else not doing a heck of a lot. So with the gains today, this is one of those things where it's very clear that the weighting of tech within the major averages is the reason that the major averages are higher, because you got consumer staples, you got energy, you got real estate, you got communication services, even all of them are trading low. So what is working within tech today that is pulling it up? Well, you have the likes of Microsoft of 3.5%. We've seen recovery for Microsoft recently as we talked about it here. You see, doesn't look that impressive on this chart because it's still lower year to date, but you see a pretty big bump from the lows of the year. This is mirroring much of what we've seen in software, but Microsoft is the biggie there. So it's something to continue to watch and see some of that. We've got Verizon up 4%, by the way, which is a week. NVIDIA gaining a little bit of steam here. Micron getting a sweet high price target. And Susquehanna is netting the same. He is putting a 1750 price target on this baby, and it's around 976 right now. So into with that 232 he's going to more upside because he's optimistic on pricing. And then if we equal weighted here, see if we can get to, no, it's not in this particular index. Look for Dell, ladies and gentlemen, see if we can find him. But I don't know if we see any of our, I don't know which heat map it's in, since we have so many heat maps here. But let's talk about Dell, shall we? Because that really came out and really shocked the street. It's amazing that the street will still be shocked to such an extent by a company like Dell, where we already knew that the company was seeing renewed demand for its servers because of demand for AI. So let's talk more about this and more about where we could be shocked elsewhere. I don't know. Joining us from more is Bob O'Donnell, Technalysis Research President. I found this trend so interesting, Bob, that like, okay, here's Dell. We knew it was doing well, but then it soars because it comes out and beats by even wide margin. Obviously, that's been the case with the memory and storage space as well. We keep being surprised. So let's take Dell, I guess, as the case study, if you will, here. Why? How did it surprise so much? How did we not get that the demand? We knew the demand was big. Why did we not understand that it was quite big? And where is that surprise coming from exactly?
Well, I think the surprise is coming from the fact that people did not recognize that individual companies.
It's 2:05 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just finishing up lunch on the East Coast. Looking for some more direction from the markets. Trace continues to fade from the high of the day. We've got support just below at 75.60. I did add some VIX hedges for July. I bought the 22 strike for July. VIX did giddy up there for a few minutes. Let's see what VIX looks like right now. VIX coming off the low. Okay, VIX coming off the low. Doesn't look like much on the daily. It's down here in the 15, so looking for this to get back to 16 maybe. I bought the 22 strike for July. It's possible that we could see a move back up in that direction in the next 30 days. Core 1M is below 7, or was. Core 1M. This is a measure of risk. Whenever Core 1M, the correlation index, gets down below 8, that's a warning signal. Okay. You want to be reducing your exposure when this is below 8. You can see it on the right side there. We're at $7. Core 1M, the SIBO implied correlation index. All right. So this tells you when calls are super expensive, when it's down here near the low. So you want to be taking those calls off. You can clearly see it if you look at the scanner at Spot Gamma. Excuse me. The scanner at Spot Gamma, you can see everything is over here all the way on the right. You got a 99% risk reversal on Snowflake, on Broadcom, 100% risk reversal, Lam Research, 74%, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's got a 99 percentile. So the idea that this is going to keep going up, it could. This is 9 weeks up. So Core 1M down below, that's a CME. That's a CME product. All right. So pretty reliable. When it gets down there below 8, you need to start trimming your winners and your losers. You know, reduce your risk. Next week could be that week that we pull back. What is it? What's his name? Mark. What the hell's his name? I can't believe I forgot the dude's name. Anyway, I'll think of it shortly. 9 and 13. 9 and 13. 9 and 13 trading days or weeks. Okay. DeMark. That's who I was thinking of. Tom DeMark. All right. So they used to use this quite a bit back in the day. During the 2009 through current run-up, doesn't work as well. Hasn't worked as well for reversal signals, but it's something to keep in mind. 9 weeks up.
So the unit numbers are down, but overall revenues are increasing in both of those companies. In fact, predicted even a bigger year than they originally thought, which that definitely caught a lot of people by surprise because everybody's like, wow, memory shortage, all these sales are going to get crushed. And in point of fact, they're like, yeah, units may go down, but,
All right, so Core 1M. Let's see what we got. Okay, Snowflake starting to turn back up. Snowflake turning up. Let's see where Snowflake goes at this point.
I think the market still has an opportunity to surprise because, to be honest with you, there's still a lot of companies still figuring out this hybrid AI idea. I mean, remember, it wasn't that long ago I was talking to
Who are these people they bring on? All their opinions absolutely serves no purpose except to keep the show going, I guess. People blathering about their ideas. I'm sure he has some good things to offer, but Vinny, you're getting so cranky in your old age. Yeah, I know. Just tell me what's looking good. Tell me what calls are being bought. You want to make a good show? Tell everybody what's working, what's not working, where you should be scaling out, what's going on with indicators, things like Core 1M. Is it telling you to be more cautious? I mean, we've been chasing, I won't say chasing, but we've been making nice profits over the last 9 weeks. I mean, when's enough? Yeah, we can keep participating. I understand that part, right? just doing it at a smaller and smaller size. And then when you get a quick trade, you know, you double up quick and then take profits quicker. All right, let's look at the XII, see what institutions are doing. XII, ARC Institutional Index. All right, green elder sticks. We've got almost a, what do you call it? Gravestone doji. Open at the low, move up to the high, close at the low. They're green sticks, though. The 75 stocks that institutions commonly hold in their core portfolios, you know most of these names. We've been on a tear for 9 weeks. Okay, you can see the momentum here is starting to slow. See that crossover? Core 1M is giving you a signal. VIX is at lows, telling you puts are going to be super inexpensive. If we get a nice little run up in some of these stocks like Apple, Microsoft, Intel, etc., if we get a little run up towards the end of the day, I would take the opportunity to reduce exposure. I'm the last one to tell you that, you know, this is going to be the top and we can't follow through tomorrow, next week. But I also want to be safe. I know I'm getting to be a pain with the idea taking profits off into strength. I'm talking about short-term trades. If you got options that expire today or next week, and you got nice profits, you can always come in on Monday, buy a dip, and then continue on after we know what next week is going to bring. Yeah, there's also a possibility over the weekend. You know, we had some really positive or some really negative news for that matter. So hedging is cheap, very cheap. VIX is at 15. That's cheap. SPY puts are super cheap. Okay, so buy some SPY. I'm going to buy some SPY puts probably before the end of the day. I'm not going to buy at the low of the day. So the last thing I just took off was a little Uber, a little Atlassian. I took some Team off and some Uber over the last 15, 20 minutes. Okay, I'll keep a core position on, but I'm just reducing my exposure. Those, all of those moving back above the 50-day should continue, but we could get a little dip first thing on Monday. I just have so much profit here. I just got to, I have to reduce my exposure. Got to reduce exposure here. Now let's look at SoFi. SoFi. Long-legged doji. Okay, so if you're thinking about joining us on the SoFi trade, I have the 20 strike call for 2028, June 2028. Also added some 25s. June 28, 2028, June. I added some 25s. I have the 20 and the 25. Zscaler came off the low. That's performing very well today, Zscaler. So I added some Zscaler as well. Zscaler. I added the July 140, 150s. Okay, we're very close to the 140s. So these will be in the money probably by Monday. 140, 150s, maybe even gets above the 50-day. I just think that this is way overdone. And the earnings, double-digit earnings growth versus Palo Alto. Palo Alto has a negative number for its earnings growth. Zscaler has a positive 26%, I think it is, 26%. And CrowdStrike has a positive 46%. All right, so CrowdStrike makes sense. Palo Alto, not so much. Neither does Zscaler to be down here at the low. but it is a double bottom, so you know where your stop is going to be. It's going to be below this low over here. Okay, 114, 115, something like that. Or you could have this week's low, which is probably better, because if it comes back down here, you don't want to wait till it gets down here to find out you're going to take a stop. You take the stop here or today's low and just keep adjusting this higher because this looks really good. And it's part of the software space. Software, security software, cloud, whatever. IGV, looking really good. I have been buying some shares of IGV for my retirement account. I've taken some profits in IGV. I have the 100, 110 calls. IGV. Microsoft trailing off here. Microsoft. So it looks like momentum players are still playing around with Microsoft. Okay, still looks really good, but it's fading from the high. These people are pathetic. I mean, they're talking about these games, right? They're talking about these games, play these games. And all they show you is people making money, winning. What they don't show is the people that are losing their shirt because these advertisers are making it sound like this is so easy. It's not easy. These games will take your money. Somebody's got to be paying out. Okay, Microsoft's still fading a little bit from the high. Looks good on the daily. On the short time frames, not so much. Okay, Apple trying to turn back up. I know. Stop bitching, Benny. How does anybody have any time to play these stupid games? Okay, Adobe's at the high. It's faded a little bit there. It's a little profit taking. Let's see what else is going on here. Chevron at the highs. Chevron's at the highs. Okay, so they still got to deal with all the crude oil out there. Okay, so it's like a triple bottom. We'll see. You know, you're not going to be missing anything if you don't buy any energy today. Wait till next week. But semis, SMH, at the highs, consolidating. I would be reducing my exposure here. Okay, Supermicro, SMCI, that dipped. That dipped intraday right here. Starting to turn up. Supermicro is doing really well. What's TSSI doing? TSSI. Supermicro I sold yesterday. TSSI, I don't have anything I want to sell right now. I have shares average $11. Those hit 1750. Supermicro turning the corner right here. I took Supermicro off yesterday. Supermicro, SMCI. I'll leave that alone for now. Swarmer turning up. Swarmer. There goes Swarmer. SWMR. Did I buy any options on Swarmer? SWMR, Swarmer. Doesn't have options. Okay, doesn't have options. Swarmer. Drone.
SpaceX's potential IPO. The rumor reported this morning that valuation
Jedi. J-E-D-I, Jedi.
maybe was this some kind of blew off the road here with what with space stocks? Have they kind of come up way
Jedi. Huh, that's interesting.
SpaceX IPO? I think it's a valid question, but this is still a very infancy technology.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, but there's a potential that people are buying. Obviously, we're talking about this. So Blue Origin, have they have tested these rockets successfully before, or not this particular type of rocket before?
They have. I mean, they're usual rockets that had tests that have landed in space, deployed satellites, and then landed back in space. They've been in the water. So that's happened. But they're no
Right.
They're catching up, and obviously Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos have quite a sleep consultant going there. So any kind of setback is a big deal, and the Lord's not a company that's fine. But this is that video is unbelievable.
Yeah. And luckily, as you said, it was hurt. Now, when we talk to space experts or investors, the almost universal consensus seems to be that SpaceX is way ahead of everyone else. And I don't know what the timing is like for some of these. I mean, and they're way ahead of everyone else, but they still have a long way to go on a lot of what they're trying to achieve. So I don't know if you're hearing kind of like when Blue Origin even approaches getting
Okay, there goes Chevron, a little bit higher. Palantir is at the near the high of the day. Oracle turning back up. Oracle looks good. All right, cool. Go Oracle. All right, Oracle's turning back up. Nice dip buying opportunity. Oracle.
Yeah, they will. All right, thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Well, I've been looking into some of these space ETFs and some of the individual space companies because, as Prof mentioned, they have been ripping, but not today. So I'm taking a look at Alpha Space, which is Yahoo Finance's platform, where you can build these kinds of screeners here and tools to sort of measure them. So here we have some of these space companies and space ETFs. As you can see, all of them are getting lower today. AST Space Mobile in particular is taking a hit. It's down about 20%. But also to the point we were talking about, these stocks have done enormously well over the past year or so. Now, this one is showing NASA, which is one of the ETFs, and it hasn't.
Tesla turning back up. ABCD pattern on Tesla. Snowflake turning up. Meta's turning up. Swarmer, some of those drone companies turning up.
That wordplay. So the pullback today is coming on the back of all of it. But also to the point where we were talking about, if you look at the metrics for the sort of financials around this company, yes, something like Rocket Lab last year had $600 million in revenue, but it also lost nearly $200 million in terms of its net losses. So these are companies that are still, in many cases, in somewhat experimental phases. Certainly, they're still spending more than they bring in most of these cases. So we'll see how that evolves as we watch the whole quest for SpaceX to go public and as we continue to watch some of these test launches as well. Well, coming up, we're going to dive into the future of fintech and the challenges facing the industry. That is next.
Oh, gosh. It's really irritating.
Experience the magic in Harry Potter Hogwarts Mystery and explore the Wizarding World for yourself. Your letter has arrived. Download today.
Which turnoff am I taking again?
Hang on, I'm saving the candy world and winning rewards. Oh, really? Rewards? I've got to try this. Oh, yeah, I'm totally winning these rewards.
Was that the turnoff?
Snowflake still climbing. All right, looks good.
Saga, download now.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gets every highlight from all the sports that matter to you.
JJ, we appreciate your time breaking it down.
A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
For the plays you miss,
What a finish at the final round of play.
and analysis to give you an edge.
All we need is 20 points. Texas, Ohio State. Who wins this game?
We're bringing that breaking news right here on HQ.
CBS Sports HQ, streaming free 24/7.
Okay, Apple, Microsoft, we're seeing a little short covering. Same with Intel, a little short covering. That's about all there is right here, just short covering with an hour and 30 minutes to go. That's what it looks like for now. A little short covering off the low. Snowflake pushing higher. Microsoft with short covering. Okay, it didn't move very far. I mean, it's big move to the upside, but a little fade. Faded a little bit. Apple faded more than we were hoping for. Apple. What's Tesla doing? Tesla. Okay, Tesla's hanging in there. Nice wick on today's candle. Buyers at the low at the 9 EMA. Tesla. Okay, I got to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back. All right. NVIDIA moving back up the high goes. Apple starting to move back up now. Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft all turning back up now. Apple. All right. Futures turning back up. Futures.
Science fiction claims or like a science fiction story and like a future, and people don't want to believe them or don't question what's really underlying or what are the fundamentals, and I think that's right. But at the same time, we have entered science fiction world, and all you have to do is look at SpaceX to see that, or Figure, or any of these other companies. And I think if you zoom out, you can
Apple. All right. Apple. Tesla just taking a break right now. Tesla. Apple. Adobe. Apple. Apple. Turning back up.
You can look at things like the mobile revolution, where people adopted a new kind of point of sale device, and then when they started using their
Apple.
payments. And so every time you have a behavior change in terms of how people buy things, how those things are delivered, how they're advertised, the underlying financial infrastructure ends up getting kind of terraformed each time, right? So you have PayPal with Web 1, you have Stripe with Web 2, with Web 3, you have companies like Coinbase and Ethereum, protocols like Ethereum. And so now we're coming into, people call it Web 4, where you can just think about it as agentic commerce or the agentic economy. And so there is legitimacy to this claim that like lots of people are using AI and we're going to use it instead of search engines, and they'll use it to be more productive. And so underneath that, you're going to have implications for payments, for capital markets, for banking, for insurance. All of these things have to become much more machine ready. I mean, you can see by my background, I've already gotten accustomed to living in a data center. And that's where it's all going to happen. And so every time you have a big platform shift, you have a restructuring of who gets to bank the new economy. And I think we're on the same precipice
Okay, so from an investment perspective, I'm talking to retail investors out there. You're in the private markets more, but where are you seeing that next then wave of opportunity? What are the publicly traded or privately held companies that you think are going to stand benefit the most from this next wave that you're talking about?
I think it's become such a difficult question, because in the past you could say the innovators are the ones that are going to benefit. The early stage companies that are building this stuff are the ones that are going to benefit. But there's been a really strange shift, I think, where over the last 3-4 years, growth has accrued to the incumbents. So it's, as you know, Google and Apple and Microsoft that have had enormous valuation expansion, and then the rest of the market kind of lags. And we see the same thing in the private.
Okay, Oracle looks like it wants to push higher. I'd love to see Oracle close at the high of the day. Been a good day. After earnings last night, Dell earnings, a lot of these stocks took off to the upside. Oracle being a favorite, and the top dog in the IGV software sector, next to Microsoft. Those two, number 1 and 2. All right, watching Microsoft coming off the low now, along with Apple, Amazon. Maybe we get something going in Meta in the last hour or so. Robinhood's another one, right? That continues. Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood. All right, Robinhood, nice follow through from yesterday.
Stripe already working with OpenAI, Anthropic and Google and Coinbase. And so I see this rush into the market ahead of the behavior.
Robinhood, nice follow through from yesterday. If you bought it yesterday when it started to move, a lot of people were talking about it. They started talking about agentic AI trading agents, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, Robinhood had a good day. Past 2 days, nice volume. Coming out of a base, much like SoFi. Coming out of a base, SoFi. Looking for that to follow through. Don't be short-sighted on this one. BlackRock, Susquehanna, and Jane Street are all involved in this one. I don't think they got into it to sell for a couple of points. I think they're probably looking for it to move back up to the recent highs. And if you look at the weekly, you can see what we're thinking here, or you can speculate what we're thinking. Even if we make 50% retracement, 24.25 makes a lot of sense. I added some 25s today. Okay, that expire out in June. Same strike, June of 2028. I bought the 25s as well. I have the 20s. So today was a nice day to wake up and see that big move. That's going to continue most likely into next week. And beyond.
American honey consumption is at historic highs, but at the same time, U.S. honey production is falling to record lows as bee companies struggle and more supply comes from overseas. Matt Sneakers, CEO of Mike's Hot Honey, explains what's behind the recent drop.
Here in the States, honey yields are way down, and it's a myriad of factors. It's biological, it's ecological, it's economical as well. From a biological standpoint, bees can only produce so much honey at the end of the day.
Oh, Adobe going again. Jeez, Adobe. Adobe. Come on, give me a break here. Adobe, big move on Adobe. You can't buy it here. Do not buy it at the high of the day. You'll get a better entry. Even if you had waited for the little dips here, much better entry. Adobe back up to the highs. Yikes.
And lastly, there's just a lot of economical pressure on our farmers and ABRX and incentivizing them to keep their hives and to grow their hive capacity. It's a tough spot for them to be in, and despite the huge demand out there, they're not really incentivized to go out there and raise the supply to meet it.
I did try your product, man. I gotta say it was tasty, and it's going on some pepperoni pizza this weekend. So it's interesting. Demand for your product is very strong, but this key ingredient, you're saying it's getting tougher to source in the U.S. So where are you sourcing that from, Matt?
Yeah, we have a global supply, Josh, and we've had that for a while because in food and especially with our product, just a fundamental challenge is making sure that you have that consistent sensory profile of flavor, color, viscosity. And when you're dealing with an agricultural product that varies by weather, by region, and throw in the economical factors that might force you to look elsewhere. You just have to look globally. And
Okay, NVIDIA looks like it wants to go here. Watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA trying to go. All right, here goes NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA. Let's giddy up here. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's trying to go. There goes NVIDIA.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Uh-oh. Low tick alert. All right, everything just turned down. I don't know what that was. Okay, a lot of times, from what I was gathering from some conversation with Brent, a lot of times you get these levels right here that just all of a sudden you get a low tick alert. You get these dealers re-hedging or changing their hedges or hedging their positions, and you get these little drops. Doesn't have to be a news item. It can be just the dealers taking care of their hedges. Okay, you can see down here, we've got this level here, down below. Okay, is it 99? Still 99% at 75.60. 75.60. Okay, let's look at Charm now. Charm, as we go into the last hour or so. Charm. Let me boost the color. Okay, that's a little bit too much. Too much. All right, that's better. Charm. We're looking for prices to pin into these areas where you get these contours move to a point basically. So you can see right overhead there's right this area 75.80 is a potential area 75.75. There's a level down here around 75.45, and if we look over here, we've got this 75.60 level. That's a 99 percentile. It's possible we go down and touch that. Okay, so let me go to the 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart. 5's better, right? 5, okay. So we might come down to this level right here. S&P 500. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go some more. NVIDIA, so maybe NVIDIA will buck the trend. I said buck with a B. NVIDIA. NVIDIA turned back up. Micron is off the highs of the week. At the highs of the week, I should say. Off the highs of the day. Just trading in the lower half of today's doji. Micron. Okay. All right. NVIDIA trying to push here. Let's see if we can break out NVIDIA. NVIDIA, this is the high right here. Hit that a couple of times now. NVIDIA. Adobe trying to get back up to the highs. Same with CRM. Microsoft just rolled over. Apple's trying to gain a little bit here. I got a feeling they're going to sell some right in this area. Intel shorts covering. Can we recover any of these losses today? Snowflake trying to push higher. I've been reducing my exposure all day. Still looking for a 10th week. Can we get a 10th week higher? It's hard to say that we're going to see that, but it's possible. Anything's possible. Everything's constructive. Earnings are good. Let's look at the equal weight index. So if we remove the weight of the top 10 New York FANG components, this is still pushing higher. Number of stocks trading above the 20-day are fading. Number of stocks above the 50-day is flat. Okay, so a lot of them have made it back to the 50-day and just kind of sitting there. XII we talked about earlier. The institutional index, this is made a new high. The momentum is clearly starting to wane. We've got Core 1M. Core 1M is below 7. Core 1M is below 7. This is really stretched. So if you got calls, and most calls are very expensive, especially the big tech names. Trading at highs like Micron. They're ripe for a consolidation, a pullback. Yep. About some SPY puts. We just bounced a little bit. Just bounced a little bit. SPY. Let's see. Let's see what this looks like. SPY. Okay, starting to pull back down. Up at the highs. Can we get down, back down into this area next week? So maybe some 750s for next Friday, just as a hedge. Let's see. That'd be the 5th, right? 5th puts. Maybe some put spreads. 750. Let's see what those are going for. 750s are what? 40 delta. 750. 31 delta. Okay. right, I bought some 750 puts just for a hedge in case we pull back into this week's price action next week. All right, I'm almost 50%. I'm almost 50% cash now, and I'm starting to layer in some puts. We've been up 9 weeks. Wouldn't be a stretch for us to pull back to the 21 day right there. The 9 EMA is right there. That previous pivot high that we broke above this week. Wouldn't be a stretch to see us get here. I'm talking about this area right here. Okay, right here. All right. That's what I'm looking for. And purely a hedge. It's not a trade. It's a hedge. It's just to ensure or cushion any downside. You could sell covered calls too on your positions. That's one thing that Frano likes to do. Let's say you have Micron and you don't want to sell your Micron, but you want some protection. So you sell some overhead covered calls. Maybe you sell the 1,000 strike for next week. If you get taken out of 1,000, you still make 50 points, right? From here. Whereas if you sell covered calls, the 1,000 strike, and you get about $10 for those, whatever they happen to be going for. And that gives you 10 points of downside protection. You could do it that way too. You don't have to buy straight puts or hedges like VIX. I just prefer to do it like that for now. I have some positions I'd like to sell some covered calls on, but I'm mostly in options. So I would be doing something like a poor man's covered call, which I'm not really interested in doing right now because we're at the all-time highs. IBM's looking good. Let me take a look at IBM. That was looking pretty good when they announced that they had produced what did they produce? Like 15 of these quantum computers. They're actually putting quantum computers together. I think it was something like 15. All right, nice move on IBM. Very nice. Yeah, I got stopped out on Tuesday. IBM. Oracle. All right, get back up to the highs, Oracle. Okay, IBM does look good. It's been charging higher all day. Wow. Very nice move there on IBM. So these are the kind of stocks that are showing you that, having exposure makes a lot of sense to the markets, right? A lot of strength. However, these are a bit extended too. So maybe if you got like 100 shares of 100 shares of IBM, maybe you want to sell the 300 strike call. And if you get taken out next week, that's fine. You can re-enter. But if it pulls back into today's price action, you can you can buy the cover calls back and you got some insurance. That's one way to do it. But I can definitely see why people want to stay long. I'm 50% long. I have almost 50% cash now. And looking for Apple to turn back up now. Apple's starting to turn. Apple. Okay, starting to turn back up, Apple. Let's see what it does here. Let's see if Apple can get something going. There's only a handful of stocks out there that you would think people are going to trade actively, options on a Friday into the last hour of the 59 minutes of the trading day. This is one of them. So the puts I have, the SPY puts, the 750s for next Friday, those are a hedge. I hopefully don't need them. Those are 200 and what were they? They were okay. Future's starting to bounce a bit. Okay, here we go. Apple's starting to turn up. Labu breaking out? Yeah, LABU. Haven't seen that one or heard of that name in a while, right? LABU. Biotech. Yeah, biotechs have been looking pretty good. XBI, biotechs. XBI. Apple. Let's see how far we can go with this. Apple. All right, there goes Apple. Starting to get something going here, Apple. Watch Apple. Okay, Apple. Come on, Apple. Let's go. LETSGO, Apple. Let's go. So funny. My mother's out with a friend drinking margaritas, and she's drinking margaritas at the Mexican restaurant. Let me send her the link to the room. All right, so I think my mother might be listening in, so don't curse live. All right. All right, so we're coming into the last 50 minutes of the trading day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I hope you're having a good day. It's been a great 9 weeks. Don't forget to take some profits off the table. Markets are not going to go straight up. We are expecting a little bit of consolidation, given Core 1M is now below 7. Below 8 is a warning signal. Below 7, getting very tenuous. We're looking to apply hedges in the SPY with puts and also with VIX calls. So if you have a need to hedge, I'm about 50% cash now. So I've been taking off positions all of this week and last, reducing exposure, trading shorter term options in the interim, and also looking at longer term options. For those of you that are looking for more upside. Okay, so hello, Mother Dearest, if you're listening. I think my mother just might be listening to the broadcast. Having a good time out with her friend Marie from New Jersey, no doubt. Marie's from New Jersey. She hangs out with my mom every once in a while at the American Legion. They play pool a lot as well. So my mom's a pool shark. She loves to play pool. Anyway, so I think they might be listening in. They're listening in and eating Mexican food, drinking margaritas, and having a good time. So if you ladies are listening, I hope you're having a good day. Snowflake on the move. Let's see what Snowflake looks like here. Snowflake breaking to the upside. All right, Snowflake is going. All right, nice little move. Snowflake, Apple's going as well. Apple almost back up to the midday session highs. Okay, got a ways to go to get to the high of the day, but it looks pretty good. So apparently my mother's listening. So hey, mom, love you, ma. Send money. Just kidding. Anyway, so it looks pretty good. We're coming into the last 48 minutes of the trading day. Everything looks pretty good. I got my mother listening in with her friend Marie. Enjoy those margaritas. The margarita is, my mother is holding this margarita that looks like a bowl. Let me show you this picture. I'm going to share this picture. My mom. Okay, I'm going to share this on the stream. You look like you, yeah, okay, cool. Let's see, where's my, okay. Mom having margaritas with her friend Marie from Jersey. Okay, there you go. Okay, so that's cool. I enjoyed that restaurant. I forget the name of it. Rio Grande, or whatever it is. The restaurant, Murray, if you're listening. What's the name of the restaurant? Okay, so Apple continues to move back up into today's range. You can see it's a doji on the daily. Okay. IBM having a good day. IBM. I did get stopped out of IBM on Tuesday. It had this little dip. I bought it the wrong day. We wound up rallying on Wednesday, Thursday into today. Friday looks pretty good. If you're just joining us, end of day, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday, May the 29th, 3:14 p.m. We got about 45 minutes, 20 seconds to go for this session. Rio Grande. Yeah, I figured that. Okay, cool.
Live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews.
That's cool. Well, enjoy your dinner. Enjoy dinner, ladies. Late lunch, whatever it is. What you got, a taco bowl there? Looks pretty good. IBM continuation. Wow, IBM is really making me sad because I got stopped out around 250 or so, 252. Here's IBM, 40 points, 45 points higher. Yikes. All right, there goes Apple. Apple's still going. Apple turning the corner. NVIDIA trying to go here. NVIDIA. All right, I might take some NVIDIA off. We're breaking above this level. I do want to reduce my exposure into next week since we've been up for 9 weeks straight. Okay. We've been up for 9 weeks straight. So it's a good time to start taking some, if you haven't already done so, take some profits off into strength. De-risk a little bit. I took some VIX calls, the 22 strike calls for July also has some June 22s. I don't know how effective those are going to be. I don't think we're going to have enough time to get to 22 by next week. You never know. We might drop off tomorrow, next week. So here is the S&P weekly. You can see we're up here plus 20%, 21%. Okay, plus 21%, 20.5 from the March low. Okay, we could still continue into a 10th week higher next week if for some reason President Trump manages to get this deal approved and it all takes place. I don't know that that's going to be the case. All right, futures still hanging out here. Futures. Okay, we're coming into 42 minutes left in the trading day. All right, NVIDIA's coming back in. I wanted to take a little NVIDIA off here, actually. Let me take some NVIDIA off. Reduce my exposure a little further. NVIDIA. Okay. So I got 2 layers of options. I got the Julys and I got October. Do I need to take these off? NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm just going to hold on to these NVIDIA calls. I took some 215s off this morning. We did move into 215 strikes, so those I took profits on that. ServiceNow, I took some profits off of ServiceNow. You can see what ServiceNow is doing. ServiceNow starting to taper off from the high of the day. Big move up today. ServiceNow. Shopify, Canadian company, obviously. Looking pretty good over the last couple of weeks. Rallied. The daily chart on the right. The 1-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 3-minute chart on the left. Okay, Snowflake looks okay. Apple, a little profit taking there into that little pop. Apple looking for a little rally. Futures, let's take a look at the futures and SPY's on the move. Moving back up into the middle of the range. S&P 500 cash. Okay, Meta turning back up. Meta, formerly Facebook. Meta moving back up into the range. It moved above the 50-day moving average, so you know what we're thinking. Meta, once it moves above the 50-day, we're looking for stocks to continue over the next several weeks. It is pretty flat. 50-day and the 200-day pretty flat compared to something that like AppLovin, which got above the 50-day a few weeks ago, moved above the 200-day this week, taking off to the upside. Zscaler, we're looking for that to continue to move higher. Okay, Zscaler is really doing well today. Zscaler, we added to Zscaler earlier. Corey was keeping us up to speed on Zscaler this morning. I think we added about 11 o'clock, and that's much higher. So Zscaler is doing well. Okay, Adobe, all of the software stocks doing well. Adobe moving back up to the highs. Microsoft coming back up now. Shorts covering on Microsoft. Oracle back up to the highs. Okay, Micron, still fading Micron. So looks like the semiconductors and the memory storage companies, looks like these are taking a break. SNDK. These all took a break today. AMD, Advanced Micro. Okay, Intel. We did buy a little bit more Intel. Okay, so we're back up now. Intel's starting to move back up. Shorts covering on Intel. Okay, we added over here right around 1 o'clock or so, and that did wind up moving a bit lower first. Now it's moving back up. Looks like an inverted head and shoulders pattern. Neckline around 118, 119. Looking for Intel to climb back up. There goes Meta. Meta's on the move now. There goes Meta. Meta's starting to go. Okay, Netflix is coming off the low. Netflix coming off the low. A lot of these are short covering, so I wouldn't get too excited. Micron, let's see, Meta, Oracle. Yeah, I'd like to see Oracle close at the high of the day. Oracle. So I'd like to see it close up here at 224, 225, something like that. Oracle. Moved above the 200-day. Volume increasing above average. This is telling you institutions are buyers, okay, for the last 2 trading days. Like 3 weeks ago where we had this beginning of May and the 3rd week of April. They started buying. Okay, so here's your base. If I enable volume by price, you'll see what I'm talking about here. Okay. Okay, enabling volume by price. Okay, I want to be on the left side, not the right side. That's something new. Left side. Okay, so volume by price, you can see, let me fade this a little bit. 30%, okay. So you can see that prices, this big appendage here, let me go out a little bit further. Let me go to 9 months. Okay, you can see all of this volume that's traded in this area. This is where they've been accumulating shares for Oracle for the last 6 months. They've been accumulating shares. Now that this is breaking higher, you know what institutions are doing. They're marking up shares. They're looking for this to keep climbing, 250, 270, 300. So we're in this one for the long term. We did buy some, add some ORCX shares. I've added another 100 shares of ORCX. Building a position in Oracle shares. This is the 2-time Oracle long ETF. Okay. That looks good. Okay, Oracle, ORCX looks good. 60-minute climbing. This is what you want to see if you're long. Looks very good. Cool. Okay, there goes Meta. Meta's still going here. Meta climbing off the 60-minute time frame. This looks pretty good. If you want to take some Meta for next week, remember Meta is above the 50-day. It did consolidate for the last 2 days. Okay, moved above the 50-day on Wednesday. Consolidation Thursday, Friday. We're looking for this to move higher towards the 200-day near 665 by next week. MACD stochastics RSI looks supportive. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft looking good. Just off the highs of the session, Microsoft is starting to turn the corner, as well as Apple. Okay, so it looks like a little profit taking as this is rising. Shorts are covering, and also people are taking profits that maybe have bought at the wrong time today. Apple, I'm going to close this position for now. Okay, Apple. Let's see how far this goes. We've got 34 minutes to go. 34 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vin, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, May the 29th, 2026. 34 minutes left in the trading session. Oh boy, Adobe back up to the highs, CRM back to the highs. Okay, let's see how many stocks are advancing. Okay, that looks good. All right, so we got 207 stocks advancing. So that means we've got nearly 300 stocks, 294 stocks declining on the S&P 500. So not the best breadth situation. The Qs, we got 45 out of 100. So 55 stocks are declining, 45 are advancing. Okay, the Qs. Okay. Looking at breadth, just checking breadth going into the close. Okay, you can see all of these are fading. Okay, with a core 1M dropping below 7, this is giving you a warning that we could see next week the markets consolidate, pull back from the recent all-time highs. So you should be thinking about hedges. I have the VIX July monthly, the 22 strike. When I say monthly, it's which let me see, VIX here. VIX. That is the July 22nd. July 22nd, 22 call. Easy to remember. July 22nd, 22 call. Okay. I've got a total of 10 VIX options for now. I'll start adding to that if we do start to fade next week. VIX, as you know, has been at the recent lows and has bounced now. VIX hit a monthly low, yearly low. January was the last time it was down at this level. Okay, so that's telling you that SPY puts are going to be inexpensive. Calls are likely very expensive given where core 1M is. Core 1M down here below 7. Okay, be careful, folks. Start to adjust your positions. Long-term positions, not to worry. Short-term positions that expire within the next few weeks, those I'd be more concerned and more attentive to. Okay. Okay, Apple turning back up. Can we get a nice little run up in the next 30 minutes? We got 30 minutes to go. 30 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So now you do me. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
I'm Diane King Hall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with analysis that matters. Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Okay, Apple stutter stepping here a few minutes, looking for another push to the upside.
Dave, great to have you with us. Now, I know you're here in Chicago for what we were just discussing off air is the Super Bowl of cancer research conferences, but AstraZeneca has led the industry in U.S. cancer drug approvals over the last 2 years. What do you think the biggest driver is behind that success?
Marley, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me, and it's wonderful to be here in studio here in Chicago. We've got ASCO right underway, just started today, and it really is the premier conference for launch.
Apple looking for another pop. Meta starting to push a bit more. Microsoft looking okay. Microsoft coming back up into the range.
Core focus areas is on oncology and hematology. It's the unit that I run, and we set out an ambition to
Okay, futures are starting to climb here.
the next era in cancer treatment. And we want to do that by having the most innovative discovery, development.
I do have some SPY 750 puts for next Friday, just as a hedge. I don't mind if these evaporate and go to zero. They won't go to zero, but I'm looking for more upside. If we can get a 10th week higher, that's fine by me. I'm just hedging just to, in case, I don't know, it just feels very stretched. Markets feel very stretched. Next week would be week number 10.
All right, I want to talk about your unit. Oncology accounting for about 44% right now of AstraZeneca's revenue. You've had 3 approvals just in this last month alone. As you mentioned, some of these new trends that you're seeing and some of the new ways that you're going to fight cancer effectively here in the U.S., how much of that is coming from finding new indications for existing drugs versus creating entirely new medicines?
Yeah, super question. So last year, the unit had 25+ billion in sales. We were able to do that with 6 multi-blockbuster oncology medicines, and many of those growing in double digits and indeed high double digits. And the way that we're able to do that is by investing in making sure that we go every single area of unmet need where we believe these medicines can make a difference. Here at this year's ASCO, one of the things that we're most proud of is the advancements that we're making with our immuno-oncology agents in Imfinzi and Imjudo. These are 2 agents that are designed to harness the immune system so that the immune system can combat cancer. We've got 2 really exciting data sets that are going to be presented, one in early bladder cancer, another in early liver cancer. In fact, we just received FDA approval earlier this week for a study called Potomac, which is really looking at very specifically the bladder cancer space. And it's this strategy of going early.
All right, we'll continue to push a bit higher, SPY. Okay, Apple taking off to the upside now. Apple looking good. A little bit higher, Apple. Okay, we've got 25 minutes, 40 seconds to go. 25 minutes, 40 seconds. Stocks are pushing a bit higher. Shorts have covered. We've got some new momentum traders. Going to probably trade the next 5 or 10 minutes. See what they can scalp out of the markets. As these continue to rise up, Netflix has got a lot of work to do. They have a investor conference soon, I believe. Buford, you were telling me that, right? Okay, U.S. Secretary says meeting with Trump shortly, and maybe big news coming from Trump meeting. All right, so maybe I'll take maybe I'll do a strangle. Okay, I'm going to do a strangle. I'm going to buy some SPY calls just in case this rips to the upside for next week. Okay, so 260, 760. So it's $5 either way. Okay. All right, so I have the 750, 760, 750, 760 strangle.
So as you have these tests and you can do more targeted style therapies, it brings in one of the other shifts that you highlighted in the notes. You said that you're moving more into these targeted therapies. You're specifically targeting the exact cancer instead of sort of the more broadly thought of if cancer goes with chemo. And chemo is just sort of a full body attack. That is sort of becoming more a way of the past, and there are better ways now to treat certain cancers.
Yeah, so unfortunately, despite all the progress that we've made with cancer, and we have made so much in the field, we still rely on classic chemotherapy for so many treatments, particularly in advanced settings that you've talked about. And we need to eliminate classic chemotherapy.
Okay, Treasury Secretary is saying there's going to be a meeting soon with Trump. There might be some news. Okay.
Things that we're really pioneers in and that we're advancing. Think of it as a precise specific tumor signature that suggests that that's where we're going to need to go and deliver this particular medicine. And so the hope of this is, and what we're showing is,
U.S. Treasury Secretary Bassett asked about the blockade on Iran. Anything that is taken off will be taken off slowly. Okay.
And Dave, I'm gonna fast forward us 5 years. We're 5 years out. It's 2031. You're back in Chicago for ASCO, sitting here with me.
Okay, so we'll see what happens here, but I made that SPY a strangle, that trade as strangle just in case.
but is so exciting is the advancements of cell therapy. Cell therapy today is really demonstrating the ability to drive towards cures in many types of blood cancers. So the advancements that we're seeing in multiple myeloma have been very, very impressive. This is a field that we're heavily invested in as a company. But the opportunity in 5 years from now is that we can go beyond hematology into solid tumors. And so we have exciting data that we're presenting that's early stage in liver cancer. We have promise in prostate cancer. Cell therapy offers the promise of being able to deliver something early. And we like to say kind of a one and done treatment. So
All right, so S&P is climbing here along with everything else. Okay, there goes Apple. Are we actually going to get out of Apple? Break even? This is wild. Apple. No, this I would not have expected. Okay, looks good. Apple's still pushing. We've got 22 minutes to go. We got 21 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Netflix is climbing. Apple's climbing. Shorts have covered. Now we're starting to move back up into the top of the range. Upper half of the range. Remember, stochastics above 70 at embedded. It's telling you to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Looks like that's what's going to happen. Apple looking good. Oh. Meta looking good. Netflix at the highs of the evening session. Intel turning the corner. Apple rising.
Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Hey, Pop. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yeah.
Meta.
Now we're in the car together almost daily. We started to realize.
Apple. Meta looking good. Okay, maybe next week this one follows through. Okay, Shopify. Okay, Team Atlassian. Back up to the highs, Team Atlassian. Big move on Team today. SoFi, that's a longer term position. We'll be in that one probably for the next 8 to 10, 12 months. SoFi, I got June 2028. June 2028. 20 and 25 calls. Okay, looks good. Let's see.
Welcome back to Market on Close. HP Enterprise rallying to a new all-time high today after earnings from Dell and NetApp showed strong demand for AI infrastructure. HPE set to report its earnings after the close.
Fan Hub at Sports Illustrated Stadium. So a lot of action that's going to be all around the region, whether you're going to be inside or outside the stadium.
You guys did have a say, though, in the transportation issue, which was another sort of hot button issue, especially here in the New York area, right? It's like it was going to be $150 to take a bus from Penn State, a train from Penn Station to MetLife. Now it's going to be $100. people looked at that and were like, this is ridiculous. Like, how am I going to be
Apple.
able to enjoy this sport I love and that Alex wants all of us to come out and wrap our arms around?
Well, I think there's a couple things. I mean, first of all, we are trying to put together a transit-first event. There are significant security concerns for an event like this. These mega events are becoming even more and more of a security risk. So the security costs for these type of events have gone up exponentially. But when you look at us at our event, you can either take New Jersey Transit, which we're expecting to move about 40,000 customers from to MetLife Stadium, or you can take the host committee bus shuttle. We partnered with Governor Hochul to ensure that we've got a $20 round trip bus ticket.
It was $80,
and now it's $20 to be able to go round trip from utilizing some of our best school buses to be able to get people there. So
Let's see, AAOI, that pulled back a bit more, AAOI. So the fiber optic companies are taking a break. SoFi looks good, App 11, APP, App 11. At the highs of the session, App 11.
They're going to be free for fans, and we're expecting them, the people inside the stadium, to have FOMO for all the events that are going to be happening outside.
Every host committee, I'm assuming, it's kind of obvious, wants the U.S.
Meta's still pushing. Meta's still pushing to the highs. Looking good for next week. Futures continue to climb. S&P 500 cash.
We have Brazil, Morocco, Germany. We've got England.
Netflix still going. Netflix. Intel turning the corner. Intel coming off the low. Okay, it held the 21-day and the 9 EMA area. It's back above the 9 EMA. So this is day number 7, consolidating right at the 9 EMA. We pushed above it 8 trading days ago. Closed below it and then gapped up. What was that, on Tuesday or Wednesday? Wednesday, Thursday last week, Thursday, Friday. Intel still has yet to get back to that 133 level that we put in a couple of weeks ago. But turning off the low, Intel is looking pretty good now. Okay, Intel.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the South Korea USK game, the friendly that happened a few months ago. Felt like a home game for South Korea. So
okay, we've got 15 minutes, 30 seconds to go. 15 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, May 29th, 2026. 15 minutes, 20 seconds to go for the closing bell.
Soaring to highs not seen since the early 2000s. While two retailers went in opposite directions, one with a sales cut, the other with a fashion miss. We'll have those details next.
Okay, Intel turning back up. Intel looks good. Okay, Intel. As long as it holds above the 9 EMA, that'll be good for next week. Okay, the markets got wind that Trump might mention something before the close. And we rallied off the low. I do have a strangle now. I have the 750 put, 760 call strangle. That expires next Friday. So if we do get any kind of movement outside of the norm, those will probably help cushion whatever direction we choose. I also have some VIX calls. The July 22nd, 22 call. I also have June 22's VIX calls, just in case it's for a hedge, like car insurance. You don't want to have to use your car insurance, but that's what it's for. Okay, Intel's still climbing now. Intel, all right, shorts covering, pretty heavy now. All right. Intel looks good. CRM, look at that, the push hires. Okay, got September CRM. Okay, CRM. 194. CRM. Yeah, those are looking good. CRM, I got the 200 strike call for September. Also, I have some 230, 240 spreads. I bought those a while back. I remember somebody mentioning it got rejected at 220 or something like that on StockTwits. Been holding it ever since. CRM, the 200 strike calls, and the 230, 240 call spread. Okay. Metals and mining. What's that doing? XME. I bought a bull butterfly, a bull call fly. XME was mentioned by Joe K, I believe, or maybe it was Jason over at Three Peaks. I like the idea that XME will recover. Okay. So if metals and mining recover, XME. Okay. So I have the XME. Let me see what I got here. Where did you go? Oh, there it is. Okay, XME. XME. I got a call fly, 150, 170, 190. So 20 points between. Okay, 150 is the wing. That's off the screen here. If I go to over the weekly. All right, so 150 is the closest wing. The body, twice as many strikes at the 170 strike, and then 190 is the other wing. 150, 170, 190. Call flies for XME. Adobe back up to the high. Adobe back up to the high. You can see where Adobe could go. Adobe turning the corner.
To reignite its women's business and strengthen product execution as well as positioning. And so that's why shares are down almost 13% right now. Last but not least, Gap shares hanging on by a thread after the retailer cut its full year sales forecast, citing weaker than expected performance specifically.
Okay, Apple's still pushing. Apple's still pushing up here. Looking for a close in the upper half of the daily range. You can see Apple's rallied quite a bit off the 2 o'clock pivot level. 2 points, 2.25 points. We got 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft just popped. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. A couple of things going on. Apple just popped. All right, let me get back to Apple. Okay, Microsoft and Apple just popped. Microsoft and Apple just popped. Okay, goes Apple. You guys are about 30 minutes late. That's been news for like 30 minutes now. $3.15.
Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh, his new tenure here at the Fed.
Yeah, meeting just a couple or so weeks away from now. The new Kevin Warsh Fed. Morgan, thank you so much for bringing us those.
All right, so we got Microsoft, Apple spiking higher. Amazon just ripped up to the upside. So did Meta. All right, some of these New York FANGs just ripping in the opposite direction, starting to move higher. Google and NVIDIA moving lower. All right, Adobe's back up to the highs. You can see Apple here. Apple starting to move. There goes Apple in the day. Apple, Microsoft popping. Meta. Okay, Adobe high of the day. There it goes. Adobe's going. Apple. $2. Apple, can we go a little bit more? All right, watching Microsoft as well. Microsoft. We closed most of our position in Microsoft. I have a few trailers left. Microsoft, what are you doing? Microsoft. Okay, so completely out of Microsoft now. Okay, just took some off of Microsoft. Finished with Microsoft. Okay, I am currently back to 30, 46, 45%, 45% cash trading account. Okay, Adobe, man, Adobe just blasted higher. I don't know what's going on with Adobe. Here goes Snowflake. Intel just rolled over for whatever happened there. Intel just rolled over. Somebody just sold a crap ton of Intel. So it was looking good there for a sec. Okay, here's Apple starting to go now. Apple. Can we get a blast off?
Now the closing bell market zone, Mike Santoli and Morgan Stanley's Andrew Sliven are here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, we're pushing ahead to some key earnings next week. Oliver Rennick is live at Cboe Global Markets in Chicago with a look at.
Okay, we got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go.
So that happy story pretty much remains intact. That said, last few days, it's very clear some of the action is getting very manic and desperate at grabbing at those companies that maybe had not been fully exploited as beneficiaries of this trend. So we see tens of billions of dollars in market cap being piled onto Snowflake and Dell and successive stocks like that. And around the edges, I think you just have to be aware that nothing happens in a straight line. And I think the big question is, are we just going to be doing for one of those cooling off periods, rotation, perfectly benign, VIX stays low, or is it going to be a little bit more, jumpy and a little more treacherous? Who knows? And obviously nothing says you can't go further from here to the upside, but I do think it's time to be alert to those possibilities.
Okay, we will. We'll see you at the top of the hour in OT in less than 5 minutes with Melissa Lee. That's Mike.
Boeing.
Oliver, tell us more about what you're seeing in Broadcom ahead of next week.
Yeah, Scott,
Snowflake running.
Up 25% year to date, and 80% the past 52 weeks is lagging. But that's the reality with Broadcom, who's trailing the semiconductor sector, which is up 60% and 145% over those same time periods. What's fun is this creates a rare catch-up possibility in a group that's been scorching hot, and options traders seem to be on board with the idea. Now, remember, options flows in the semiconductor ETF have been skewing quite bearish, and that's still true with 8 times more puts in SMH than calls today and more puts bought than sold. But it's the exact opposite in Broadcom, where bulls are chasing. Calls outpaced puts more than 2 to 1 in Broadcom today, and 80% of the roughly $500 million in options premium traded today was tied to calls. One standout trader spent over $1 million buying 500 of the 480 strike calls expiring July 17th, a wager that pays off if the stock rallies another 15% from here, Scott.
Oliver, thank you very much for that. That is Oliver Rennick. Big week already for SEMA and software. We got another one ahead. Who's next week?
All right, Scott. Well, it has been a notable rally so far in software and cloud-related names, and the analysts we spoke to today really.
2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go.
Snowflake, it holds its product summit early next week, where investors will be keen to hear from CEO Sridhar Ramaswamy following the company's blow-up.
2 minutes to the closing bell.
And key products that help the company become a stronger partner to the likes of OpenAI. And then Palo Alto Networks and CrowdStrike reporting earnings on Tuesday and Wednesday. Following IBM's cyber offering, the street will want an update on how these two biggest names in security are positioned amid ongoing concerns around Mythos. By the way, Scott, the IGV is now outperforming
Adobe climbing to new highs for the day. Highs of the week as well. Got 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. Just under 2 minutes to go. Okay, let's look at Shopify. Shopify cleared the 50-day. Shopify, we were looking for this yesterday. We bought this yesterday about 3:15, 3:30, something like that. A preemptive entry, thinking that it's going to pop through the 50-day. We did get the 50-day pop today. We're above it. We're going to close above it. So we're looking for a follow-through tomorrow or next Monday. RSI is rising. MACD stochastics turning. So this looks pretty good for Shopify, Canadian company. Amazon, drop shipping. Uber, okay, Uber. Closed my Uber position. It wasn't moving enough. Same thing with Pfizer. Palantir, we closed some Palantir into the pop this morning. Palantir is just back to the high of the day now. Palantir. Okay, so next week will be, there's a lot of candidates that we can look at for next week, but you got to remember, next week will be 10 weeks higher. So I have a strangle on the SPY, the 750, 760 strangle, 750 put, 760 call. All right, we're about to close here. We got about 10 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com at the closing bell. If you're still listening, Mom, have a great evening. Marie, thank you for hanging out with Mom. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you on Sunday. Sunday video will be out around 2 p.m., so make sure you check that out. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow or Sunday. Ciao.